Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter returned after years with a secret tied to Snape. Here is short summary. After disappearing at age 8, Harry Potter returns 7 years later, hiding a secret that connects him to Severus Snape in an unexpected way. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. London leaned idly against the wall outside of Callie Godson's closed office door. The witch had gone for lunch evidently. It had never occurred to him that she might not be there when he arrived. Maybe he should just go. He stood to leave, but then collapsed against the wall again. He had to do this. He had to do something. Sev was going to find out, and soon, he was sure of it. His only hope was to learn enough to bluff his way through it whenever he was confronted. He had bluffed his way through the past 3 summers easily enough. Sev thought that he just didn't like to read that much, and so put off reading the potions manuals that Sev left sitting out. What kid wanted to read over the summer? And when Sev published an article, London would insist that he wanted to take it and read it in private, to give it his full attention. He would dash away to find Anna and she would stumble through it with him. And when they went out to eat, London simply ordered something that was sure to be on the menu, a plain cheeseburger at a diner, pepperoni pizza at a pizza shop. It worked. He just looked like a picky eater. But that couldn't last forever. Now that they were living together, in a school, no less, the chances of him being able to carry this off any longer were growing more and more slim. He leaned more heavily against the wall. Luckily, his appearance managed to be just off-putting enough to keep people from bothering him over much. It helped that he was in such an out-of-the-way hallway that people rarely ventured into. He finally heard the light click of heels and straightened up some. This had to work. "London, what are you doing here?" Callie asked, seemingly unable to comprehend his tall form standing in front of her door. "I came to visit my best girl," he said with a grin. The middle-aged witch laughed and spelled open the door. "Best girl indeed. If you're not warming that potion master's bed, then I'll swallow my own wand." London's grin widened. Who better than a master? Callie rolled her eyes and slid off her cloak, hanging it on a hook on the wall. "Why are you really here?" You know, nothing much to do at Hogwarts. Sev teaches all bloody day and the rest of the kids are in class. Are you regretting your decision to withdraw from school now?" "No," London said firmly. "I see. Have you found anything enjoyable in your move to the wizarding world?" "It's like summer all the time, having Sev in bed with me. And the food is pretty good. I would imagine that would be quite a difference for you." "You could say that. So what's been going on here?" "Fudge been a good boy." Callie snorted. "That man is still riding high from the flood of goodwill he earned from your re-entrance into the wizarding world. Somehow he managed to spin it such that he looks like the hero in every single story. I would be disappointed if he had done any less. Buzz around the ministry is that you are quite a force to be reckoned with, politically speaking. Everyone is desperate to be on your good side, and to be seen showing support of the boy who lived. Of course, no one has been able to attempt to measure you magically yet. Or at least no one has released their findings. Dumbledore's not likely to. Wouldn't even tell me what he thought. Ing infuriating goat." "Yes, he is that," Callie said, her eyes sparkling. She paused for a moment before trying once more. "London, why are you here?" she repeated, this time more firmly. As much as she thought the boy was delightful, she did have work to do. She had a feeling that she knew why he was here though. London shifted nervously. Callie refused to fill the silence. "I need help," London said reluctantly. She nodded her understanding, although with his head downturned, London missed it. "I see. What would you like me to do for you?" "It's ing stupid." Callie shrugged, feigning indifference. "Don't worry about it. If it's something stupid to worry about, then I'll tell you. I'm not likely to lie to you." "I know," he said softly. "It's just, I don't want Sev to know, you know." She blinked twice. She could certainly understand that desire. "I understand. It's just, Look, I'm not stupid. I know. She waited for him to speak his request aloud. After a long pause, she finally gave in. How much can you actually read? She asked gently. London jammed his fists into his coat pockets and shuffled his feet. A bit, he hedged. Not much, he admitted after a thought. I know my letters. Callie nodded briskly. That's a start. Did you never have the opportunity to learn when you were with the Muggles? I tried, damn it. He snapped bitterly as he jumped up. Look, I'm not stupid. It's not my fault, he yelled, kicking his chair over in frustration. It's not anyone's fault. We'll work together to see what we can do. Callie calmly restored the chair to an upright position with a wave of her wand. London nodded and looked down once more before slumping back into the chair. It's just, I think that I see one thing, but it's really something else. The letters move on me. I see. Dyslexia, perhaps, a rather severe case, if you are still struggling to read at all. London scowled at his feet. Not like I had much call to read when I was in the city. No, I suppose not. This is F******ing stupid. I don't need this. Forget I even came. London stood up and moved toward the door. What do you do when Severus writes you a letter? She called out softly. He froze in his tracks. What do you do when he wants to work on a potion with you, or wants you to read an article he has written? He is a scholar, London. You can't pretend forever. London's hands started shaking lightly. Look, it's not that bad. I mean, I can always ask Anna to help me out. Do you want to depend on her forever? London hung his head. No, he whispered. Come back, London. We can work something out. London turned slowly and made his way back to the seat he had vacated. He nervously took out a pack of cigarettes and held them up in question. Callie wrinkled her nose but nodded. He quickly lit one and took a bolstering drag, seeming to gain strength from the simple act. What do I do? First, we'll work to determine if dyslexia really is the problem. Then we'll determine how severe it is. Most people experience only minor effects from dyslexia once they learn how to work with it. There are rare, severe cases where reading will always be extremely difficult, if not impossible. It is difficult to tell where on the scale you will fall, since your education was erratic at best during your early years, and non-existent by around 8. London nodded. You do realize that you would be better served by approaching someone skilled in the learning arts for this assistance. A trained witch or wizard will be much better prepared than myself to teach you. If you don't want to help, just F******ing say so, London said, stubbing his cigarette butt out angrily on top of one of the many paperweights that littered the desk. Callie ignored her irritation that he was using a valuable spirit crystal as an ashtray and continued. Stop putting words into my mouth, London. You know that I want to help you. I just want to make certain that you know that there is more capable help out there. I probably can't learn anyway, London said sulkily. He nervously fingered his pack of cigarettes, waiting for her decision, trying to brace himself for rejection. I am quite certain that with some proper help and a bit of work, that you can at least read a bit. When would you like to start? London shrugged indifferently, although a faint blush flooding his cheeks gave away his interest and embarrassment. Callie flipped through her calendar, suppressing a sigh. An added project was the last thing she needed right now, but she could not in good conscience send the boy away. It was clear that he needed help, and it was equally clear that at the moment, she was the person best suited to give him that help. Perhaps once he got closer to some other people in the wizarding world he would turn to them. Until that time, it looked as though she would be the one teaching him. Perhaps Tuesday and Thursday during my lunch hour. London nodded stiffly. I expect you to work hard at this, London. I know that you are a bright young man, and I know that many people have failed you by ignoring your needs. I expect you to thrive in this situation. You want it this time, and I feel that you will work for it. London gave another jerky nod. You'll not tell. Callie sighed softly. No, London, I'll not tell anyone. A hint of a smile flickered back onto London's face. I'll see you for our date Thursday then. She smiled back, pleased to see his confidence returning. Yes, you may arrive at 1.30. Do I bring anything? No, I'll have everything here. Brilliant. Thanks, love. Get back to Hogwarts. Callie said, rolling her eyes. London walked through the great hall toward his customary seat beside Severus. He was massively late for dinner. He knew that Dumbledore was scowling fiercely and that everyone was staring at him, but he couldn't bring himself to care. She had agreed. Callie had agreed to help teach him. No one had ever done so much for him before. Sure, people had helped him out. They had helped him in hugely important issues, Marion with her food, Dagny with hooking him up with some bouncers and bartenders in the city, Anna with love and support. But no one, absolutely no one, had ever helped him to overcome something that caused him such immense shame. He had never been embarrassed that he didn't have food. He had never been ashamed that he needed shelter, and in turn needed a safe way to meet men and women who wouldn't mind sharing their bed with him for the night. He had certainly never been ashamed for loving Anna like a little sister. He most certainly had been ashamed that he couldn't read, particularly after he had started dating Sev. London was quite aware how smart Sev was, and it humiliated him that he couldn't do something as basic as read the other man's writings. Jesus, it was obvious that Sev considered a talent such as reading to be so completely elementary that it had never even occurred to him during all those times that London had refused to read something that his lover might not be capable of reading. London threw himself into his seat beside Sev with a cocky smirk. Things were going to work out. Where have you been? Severus asked, passing him a platter of roast beef. Into the city to see Callie. Did you venture into Muggle London? Severus asked, a tinge of worry evident in his voice. Nah, didn't have time. Might do tomorrow, London said before taking a big bite of a roll. It might be best for you to go with a disguise. Now that people know what you look like, it might no longer be safe for you to travel alone. London cocked an eyebrow at that. Do you really think someone could beat me in a fight? A street fight? No. A fight with magic. I honestly don't know London. Particularly if there were more than one person attacking you. London growled softly. This must be AF **** king joke. What the hell can I do here anyway? I warned you that your lifestyle would be seriously curtailed once you entered the wizarding world, Severus reminded him gently. We will go into the city next weekend to see your friends, or go to the clubs. Let me know what you want to do. London slammed his goblet down angrily, but he nodded his acquiescence. How was Ms. Godson? Severus asked, once it was clear that London was not going to put up a fight about this newest restriction. Good. Told me Fudge is still riding high from our little meeting. Severus snorted. Much as I expected. You will need to meet up with him again soon. Perhaps at a public function, although not a ministry one. We don't want to give the wrong impression. My thought too. Maybe we can meet at some sort of sports game, or out at a restaurant. When you see Ms. Godson again, perhaps ask her what she thinks would be best. She has her fingers in everything at the ministry, and likely knows Fudge's schedule over the next few weeks. We can plan something once we know that. You get a chance to go by the rooms since lunch? London asked, his eyes twinkling. No, Severus said warily. What did you do? Nothing, London said with a smirk. Severus sighed. He'd find out soon enough. Do you mind working with me tonight on a potion? One of the Hufflepuff firsts is allergic to valerian root and she needs an asthma potion. Valerian's in all of the asthma potions, yeah. That's what we need to work on tonight. I've been turning it over in my mind for a day or two now and feel like I am just on the edge. Valerian root, London muttered to himself. Valerian root. If we remove that from the potion we'll also have to take out the shredded kappas. Severus mumbled, not quite following. Why would we do that? London shrugged his shoulders. Dunno. You're the master. Just seems that way to me. Don't think it will all balance properly with it in. Severus muttered to himself for a moment, turning the idea over. You may have something. After dinner we can go to the lab and start from there. I believe that might be the missing step. I kept trying to add ingredients before thinking to take another away. London nodded. Might be. How'd your classes go then? About what could be expected. My afternoon classes were all terribly distraught that you were not sitting in. Evidently they had heard from Friday's classes that you were present, and they all wanted a good chance to gawk. Bold little f***s, aren't they? London asked with amusement. Minerva choked back a laugh when she heard his pronouncement. What's going on with you, Minnie? London asked with a blinding smile. Don't try to charm me, young man, she said with a mock-serious tone. Just like your father, you are. I am nothing like that man, London said coldly. London ignored her words and stood abruptly before leaving the hall. What on earth did I say? She asked Severus. He has little love for James Potter, Severus explained softly. Minerva moved into London's abandoned chair so that they would not be overheard. I've noticed. Do you understand why? Severus sighed. The Muggles told him that Lily and James were alcoholics. He ignored Minerva's gasp of outrage, determined to finish his explanation. Evidently, London believed until relatively recently that his parents died in a drunk driving accident, the supposed source of his scar. Merlin, Minerva whispered. There's more. London confessed to me that the accident that took his parents' life also killed a family driving in another car. The entire family died immediately. As far as London understood, James had been driving. He was the one responsible. But he knows that didn't happen. London knows that his parents were murdered trying to defend him. Yes, Minerva, Severus said patiently. I told him as much shortly after we met. However, circumstances being what they were, we never discussed it after that initial conversation. London did not want to acknowledge who he was, and I was not about to force him into a life such as he would have among us. We never discussed it again. You told him the truth about his parents and then never mentioned it again? Minerva asked, clearly appalled. London did not wish to speak of it, and I honored his wishes. While he has known the truth for some time, he had also suffered through 15 years of torture, believing his father to not only be the irresponsible drunk who killed his own wife but also a killer of complete innocence. It is little wonder that a single, short conversation did little to overturn that image. Why did you not try harder? Minerva asked. I know that you bore little love for James Potter, but not even you would want his child to grow up thinking his father a killer. I honestly had not known how much he was still dwelling on his prior thoughts until recently. Because we never discussed his family, I never had cause to know that he had not gotten over the pain of believing his father to be such a worthless creature. It makes sense, though, Minerva said quietly. Of course he blames his father more than his mother. He knows the truth but he has not yet forgotten the lies that his family wove around him. The Dursleys damaged him more than I fear we will ever understand. Severus nodded his agreement with shaded eyes. You have no idea. Minerva looked up at this but Severus shook his head. They are not my secrets to reveal, Minerva, and even if they were, this is certainly not the place. Minerva nodded. We must try to make him understand what really happened with his parents though. I know that he knows the basics of the story, but we need to work on replacing this faulty image he has of his parents. And how do you propose to do that? Shall I regale him with tales of his father from his schoolboy days? Minerva snorted quietly. Well, no, you are not quite the right. Or perhaps black. We have all seen how well London has taken to the mutt. Minerva winced. There is always Remus. Plan what you will, Minerva, Severus said quietly. I am not convinced that you will accomplish anything by this, but I suppose it cannot hurt. What is going on? He asked, tension rising as he heard the commotion from outside the great hall. I have no idea, Minerva said, her confusion and worry evident. The two heads of houses stood together and made their way through the great hall which was largely emptied of students. Just outside the doors to the hall, they encountered a group of at least 50 students. Move aside, Severus snarled, making a path for himself and Minerva toward the center of the group. What they encountered stopped him dead in his tracks. The two heads of houses stood together and made their way through the great hall which was largely emptied of students. Just outside the doors to the hall, they encountered a group of at least 50 students. Move aside, Severus snarled, making a path for himself and Minerva toward the center of the group. What they encountered stopped him dead in his tracks. Chapter 25. Two Gryffindor boys and a Ravenclaw lay on the ground, small pools of blood surrounding their broken bodies. Severus' keen eye skipped over them quickly, ascertaining that they were all going to be fine, with a bit of medical attention. Aside from a few broken bones, a couple of nasty cuts and a mass of bruises, the boys were relatively unharmed. It was the magnificent figure of his lover standing in the center that made his heart stop. Power whipped around the young man and his muscles were taut with emotion. Severus' eyes swept over his figure, finally tracing one powerful arm to its end. His mouth gaped open when he saw a fourth boy dangling in the air, suspended by London's unforgiving grip on his throat. "London," he said soothingly. "Put that boy down now." The muscles in London's back visibly tightened when he heard the order, clearly displeased with the very thought of letting his opponent go now. The boy's face turned a darker shade of red as he fought for air. "He is just a boy, London, and he doesn't know how to fight. It is not fair for you to attack him." Severus winced as he saw his lover's hand tighten reflexively around the gasping boy's throat. Evidently the boys were the ones who had attacked in the first place. "London, please at least set him on the ground," Severus said soothingly, ignoring the students who were still milling around him. London slowly did so, although his grip on the boy's throat did not lessen. "The little F*** challenged me," London said. "He wanted a fight." Severus bit back a sigh. "This is a school boy. A child, London. He had no idea what he was getting himself into, whatever he said." "He wanted a fight," London repeated himself, finally turning slightly to look Severus in the eye. "If he truly did, then I guarantee you that he was envisioning a schoolyard fight. The students here do not fight like they do in the city. They throw a few insults, fling a hex or two and are done. Nothing like this." London turned back to the student. "Challenge me again and there won't be enough of you left for the medic to put back together," he hissed. The student nodded as best he could, given the circumstances. London threw the boy away from himself, his disgust clear. "Pathetic," he hissed. The press of students was growing every moment, as more poured out of the great hall and into the entryway to see what was happening. "Slytherins, go to the dungeons," Severus ordered icily. Minerva immediately followed suit. "Gryffindors, go to the tower immediately. No dallying." Pomona and Phileas ordered their students away as well, leaving only London, the boys he had fought, and a few other students who evidently wished to serve as witnesses. "Attacked out of nowhere," one student gasped. Severus noted idly that it was the one that London had been choking only moments earlier. Rather ballsy of him, really, to make such a claim when it was blatantly evident that London was still in a fury over something. "That's a bloody lie," another student yelled. The professors all turned as one and stared blankly at the sight of a red-faced Ronald Weasley. Of all the people to defend London, he had certainly been the last that they had expected. He had made his disgust over London's relationship with the potions master quite clear to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. "What happened?" Minerva asked with as much calm as she could muster. In all her years of teaching she had never faced anything remotely like this. The normally pristine hallway looked as though a battle had been fought within its sacred grounds. "Look, he's still a freak and AF **** king shirt lifter, but it wasn't fair what they did." "Ronald," Hermione hissed, darting out from behind a pillar. "And what are you doing here, Miss Granger?" Severus hissed irritably. The Weasley boy's words did not soothe his frayed temper. "Did your head of house not order you back to your dormitory?" "I needed to stay and make sure that you knew the truth," she said resolutely. "And what, pray tell us, is the truth?" Minerva asked. London was leaving the hall. "I assume he was going back to your rooms," she said, with a nod toward Severus. The other boys had been hanging around in the hallway, talking about how useless they thought Harry is. A bit of a growl slipped past London's lips at the mention of his old name. "Forgive me, London." He nodded his approval to her and she continued. "Anyhow, when they saw London they decided to tell him of their displeasure. Told him he was a bloody waste of magic and a blight on the good name of his parents. Said that he didn't stand a chance against you-know-who and that they would all die because he was so useless." Ronald filled in for Hermione, who had wanted to spare London from hearing the taunts again. Severus and the other professors turned to London. London shrugged indifferently. "And how did that little exchange of words turn into this?" Severus asked, motioning toward the four beaten boys. "Well," London ignored them. "See," Hermione said nervously. "So they decided that he was a coward, since he didn't immediately challenge them to a wizard's duel to defend his honor. And so they decided to attack him from behind to give him the opportunity. Phileas asked dryly. Evidently, Hermione said, her distaste clear. Perhaps we should take this to another location, Albus said. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, could you please take these students to the infirmary? Thank you for your assistance in clearing this matter up for us. The professors in London watched in silence as the two Gryffindors created stretchers and floated the 4 injured boys up to the infirmary. This way, if you please, Albus said, leading the group to the teacher's lounge. The professors settled nervously around the large table in the center. London stood by the door, his discomfort clear. Have a seat, my dear boy, Albus said genially. London seated himself a few chairs down from the professors, and as close to the door as possible. Would you care to explain how this happened? Albus asked. It was like that girl said. They attacked. I finished. But why did you attack them so harshly? Minerva asked, her distaste for his method of finishing quite clear. What would you have had me do to them, woman? This is the real world, and the sooner those little s learn it, the better. He ignored the rustle of disagreement that his words brought on. In the real world, when you challenge someone who is stronger than you get your s handed to you on a king platter. In the real world, when you attack someone 4-on-1, you better king believe that the guy they attacked is going to fight like a king dog. And this is what you did. Severus asked dryly. You fought like a king dog. They attacked first. It was 4 against 1. What did you want me to do? Roll over and take it. You had an unfair advantage over those boys and you know it, Severus argued back. Unfair advantage? What the Sev? Your years on the streets have certainly given you an edge in situations like this, Phileas said hesitantly. I didn't choose to live in a ditch, London protested. I didn't wake up one day and decide to trade in my cupboard for a rubbish bin. You act as though I had some great advantage, like a rich father bought me a Bentley or my rich mummy paid for some rich private school. Phileas did not mean that at all, Minerva said, sending a reproving glare at her colleague. All that he meant was, in this situation, you are certainly more knowledgeable than the boys were. And you certainly used that to your advantage. And what would you have me do? London snapped, his irritation with the situation and the questions growing. I've asked you before, woman, and you haven't responded. How should your boy hero have responded? Minerva gaped at him for a moment before gathering a response. Could you not have rebuffed their attacks and subdued them without injuring them? Could you not have sought assistance from a professor, and allowed them to deal with the students? They attacked. I fought back. End of story. Severus stifled a sigh. That doesn't work here and you know it. Those boys have never been in a real fight before. It was outrageous of you to expect them to be able to fight back. You know this. What is wrong with you? London stared blankly at his lover before turning a white face to Dumbledore. This. I'm not your king golden boy and I never will be. London. Minerva started to interrupt him. Do whatever the hell you want. I don't king belong here. I'm leaving. With that pronouncement, London blinked out of existence. The professors stood in alarm. Are the wards down, Albus? Minerva asked. Albus felt for them carefully. No, they are all still fully functioning. I thought it was impossible to apparate on Hogwarts grounds, Pomona said. It would take nearly unimaginable levels of power, Albus muttered to himself. How did he do it? Phileas asked. Albus looked at the 4 heads of house steadily. I believe we now know how London will defeat Voldemort. His level of power is simply unmappable. I doubt that we can even begin to plunge the depths of his strength. How he has such easy access to magic at that level is beyond my comprehension. And you believe that this can kill you know who? Minerva asked. I do. The boy still needs to learn about his magic though, she argued back. Yes, he has an immense, nearly unimaginable strength but he has no idea how to use it. What are we going to do? Where are we going to find him, is the proper question at hand, Severus said, his worry evident. Do not worry, the boy is still within the walls of Hogwarts, Albus said with a smile. You put a tracking spell on him? Severus asked incredulously. Of course, my dear boy. I could not risk losing him, now that we had finally found him. And you are quite certain that he is still here? Without a doubt, I am certain that the boy just needed a few hours to cool off. ChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChangerChanger in excitement, throwing herself into his arms. He clung to her tightly, unwilling or unable to let go. "What took you so long to come visit? I've been expecting you for days now." London shook his head. "It wasn't right. I didn't fit in there." "Of course not," she said reasonably. "They're all posh, didn't you say? And we belong on the streets." "Course you don't." "I've left." "Left? It was that bad?" London nodded. "Can you tell me about it?" "Sev forgot who I am. He forgot everything about me. He doesn't want a guy like me in his bed, however much he may deny it." "What do you mean?" "Look, he should have one of those rich kids in his bed. Not me. So I left." "But you're going back, aren't you? Sev loves you. I'm sure he was just being stupid." "You don't understand. I just sit there, all bloody day long. I can't do anything. They won't give me any work to do because I'm supposed to be their savior. They won't let me leave the school because I'm supposedly in danger. I can't go to classes." Anna nodded her understanding. "And Severus didn't find anything for you to do. He didn't have you help him out with his medicines." London shrugged. "Some. Not much. I'm sure you made some great friends though," Anna said hesitantly. "You were surrounded by kids our age. Half of them hate me because I'm King Sev. A few of them are okay, but they're in classes all day. And you can't go to classes," Anna finished sadly for him. "You should tell Sev you're bored. I'm sure he'll think of something. Or maybe he'll let you start coming back into the city during the day." "Do you hear yourself? Let me. What the F***? That's just what they're all like." "Calm down, Lonnie. Bad choice of words, K. What happened today that made you decide to leave? I know it wasn't just boredom. You look terrible. What happened?" "4 guys challenged me. I fought back, and they all threw a king fit over it. It was like they just wanted me to roll over on my goddamned back and take it." Anna stared at him incredulously. "You're serious?" she said flatly. "They honestly expected something like that out of you." London nodded. "And Sev was leading the king way with it all. Said I should know better. I should know those kids couldn't fight back." "Jesus," she whispered. "Doesn't he know you at all?" "I'm leaving, Anna." Anna took a deep breath. "Then I'm coming with you." "You can't." "I bloody well can, Lonnie. Wherever you decide to go, just change me there with you. We're family. We can't be split up like that." London looked into her eyes for a moment before nodding. "We're family." London wrapped his arms around Anna. "Ready, ready," she confirmed, closing her eyes tightly. London concentrated, using all of his will to carry not only his own body across the city but that of his Muggle friend as well. They reappeared in the bedroom of Severus' London flat. "We're running away to Sev's flat?" Anna asked incredulously. London rolled his eyes. "We're getting some money, then we're leaving. Sev let me keep my extra cash here," he said, reaching under the bed and coming back with a jar stuffed with cash and coins. Anna's eyes widened at the sight of so much money. "All that is yours." "Ours," London said, straightening out the bills and slipping them into a wallet that he changed out of one of Sev's handkerchiefs. "It's my extra work money since I started dating Sev. I didn't need much while he was, well, I just didn't need to spend as much, so I saved it for when he tired of me. Which is now, I guess," he finished lamely. "What happened to you two?" she asked gently, fully aware that he had not given her the full story before. "It doesn't matter. Sev made it clear that he doesn't want me. Couldn't even be bothered to talk to me unless we were at meals. So the man was busy. He's been using me all these years, Anna." "What?" she asked, unable to believe it. He's been *****ing using me. For say, I'm sure it was great but, no, he's been using me to further his career. How? He knew that if he could get me to come to school with him that he would get all the credit for finding me, for bringing me back home. But why do these people care? Anna asked, still incapable of understanding these people's fascination with London. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that once Sev got me there, he's been ignoring me ever since. He doesn't need me anymore. He sure as hell doesn't give a damn about me. And you're sure you haven't just misunderstood him? I'm sure he's really busy. That's shite and you know it. It's like he doesn't even know I'm there most of the time. But, I'm done talking about it, Anna. He's done with me. I'm moving on. Anna sighed but nodded. I'm going to the loo before we leave, she announced. Hurry. I don't know how long it will be before they notice I left. She nodded and hurried into the bathroom. After carefully locking the door behind herself and turning on the shower, she pulled the pencil and paper out of her pocket that she had filched from the dresser in the bedroom. Sev was being an idiot, and she intended to point that out to him. Sev, she wrote carefully, stop being such a shit. What did you expect London to do when you didn't give him a job? You know he gets bored. Siding with the rich boys was *****ing stupid. He's going away and I'm going with him. He didn't say where. Find him in a Paul Apollo, say you're *****ing sorry. Hurt him again and I want help you get him back. Asshole. Anna, that should do it, she thought with a grim smile. She couldn't believe the turn her friend's relationship had gone in. She felt that she knew Sev pretty well, and she never would have thought him to be so completely thoughtless. Something else must be going on. You almost done in there? London called out, his exasperation clear. Nearly, she called out, ripping her clothes off and jumping under the water for a moment. You know I don't get to have warm showers that often. Well, *****ing finish it. I'll get us a hotel room when we get there. You can stay in that shower all day for all I care. Where are we going? Dunno yet. Anna's shoulders slumped. Well, she wouldn't be able to leave Sev any clues, that was for sure. Hopefully he would be better at tracking down London now than he had been before he met her brother. Get the out of the shower. Okay, she yelled back, slipping out and drying herself on one of the fluffy towels that Sev always kept in the bathroom. She looked with regret at the shower before tossing the towel on the ground and dressing again. She had needed to write that letter, and she really couldn't regret giving up a longer shower to get it done. She tucked the note under her wet towel and left it on the floor. She'd have to hope that Sev found it soon. Let's go, she said, wrapping her arms around London once more. He hugged her close to himself and closed his eyes, gathering his powers once again. ChangerChanger. Severus hurried down to his rooms. He did not have a good feeling about this. Something about the way that London had said that he was leaving had implied that the man was leaving for good, not that he was simply leaving a frustrating meeting. He rushed to the doorway and pushed it open, praying that London would be sprawled out on the sofa, as usual. His shoulders slumped in defeat. The room was empty. He knew with an eerie certainty that the bedroom, bath, study and kitchen were likewise empty. London had left him. He collapsed into his armchair, his mind swimming as he waged an internal battle over what to do now. Part of him screamed to go tell Dumbledore and the others that London was missing. Surely with their assistance, he could locate his lover quickly. After all, they all would recognize London's magical signature now, and he sincerely doubted that the man had figured out how to block his own signature from being detected. At least he hoped so. Another part of him argued that doing such a thing would be an even graver betrayal of London. The man had left because he was no longer comfortable being surrounded by these people. Sending the very people after him who had hurt him so deeply would be a horrific act of insensitivity. At the same time though, he knew rationally that he needed to find London, before the Death Eaters did. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Either choice was a bad one. There was no way to deal with this properly. No matter which choice he made, he knew he would regret it in some fashion. Head pounding, Severus waffled between his two options repeatedly. Should he hurt London worse in order to get him back and possibly make up with him? Should he give him space, and just pray that no one found him in the interim? Which outcome would be worse? Finding his lover and having the man be so angry over the breach of his personal space that London never forgave him, or having London wind up dead because he had foolishly given the man some space? With a deep sigh, and a quick prayer that he was making the right decision, he walked to the fireplace and threw in a handful of flow powder. Changerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchanger Danger. Where are we? Anna asked, once she had regained her composure from the change. Berlin, Germany, she asked, unable to believe her friend. London shrugged. Why on earth did you pick Germany? Do you even speak German? A bit, he hedged. Enough people speak English for us to get by on. And how much talking do you actually do in clubs, anyway? We're going clubbing. Yes. Let's just go to the hotel, please Lonnie. No, I want to dance. And I need ing drink. We can get something to drink at the hotel. We can stay up late and drink and gossip. It'll be great. No, I need to let go. I need to dance, and not the way I would with you. Have you two fully broken up? She asked hesitantly. If London wanted to dance like that, it could only really mean one thing. London glared at her. He doesn't want me. I think he does. Are you so certain that he wants someone else? London shrugged. Anna sighed. Don't do anything you might regret later. He knew what I was when he took me home that first night. Stop acting like this. You're not a prostitute, and you never were. You don't need to pretend anymore. I know what I was. I know what I am. It's Sev who got us confused about that, giving us dreams we shouldn't have. Stop being an idiot, she snapped. You deserved everything and more. And stop feeling sorry for yourself. Sev was an asshole, I agree with you completely. But it isn't the end of the world. Like you said, we still have each other, and the day that either of us lets our entire world become caught up in a good well, we both know it won't happen. I think I might have done that, London whispered. No, you didn't. You loved him, sure, but he wasn't everything. You got a lot good in your life. And you sure as hell don't need to go back to jumping in and out of beds just to keep warm. We have more than enough money to pay for a proper place for ourselves tonight. And then, we'll deal with it when we have to. Let's just go to the hotel. I need this, he said, the desperation clear. I need to let go and forget and, he said, his voice cracking. I just need it. Anna decided not to ask for clarification on the whether he actually intended to someone or if it was a simple curse in desperation. She'd really rather not know. Where are we going then, and when can we leave for the hotel? Stop asking questions. You wanted to come with me, so come. Anna nodded resolutely. She had never been much for the club scene, but she needed to go along and take care of her oldest friend. He was obviously not thinking straight right now. While she didn't think that he would go home with a stranger from the club, she wasn't certain that he was coherent enough to refuse. The potion master's rooms were crawling with professors and order members. Severus slumped lower in his chair, unwilling or unable to stand up and assist them in searching the rooms for any clues as to where London went. He knew that London had left, and he was quite certain that they would not find anything unless London wanted them to find something. And frankly, if London had wanted to just take a short break from Hogwarts, he would have left a note for Severus, telling him where to meet up with him. No note, so obviously there was no intention of this being a short leave of absence. He was gone, likely for good. He can't have just disappeared, Poppy said. He must have taken some of his things with him. Severus, have you noticed if anything is missing? She called out. No, he said, his voice low. No, you haven't noticed, Remus clarified. No, nothing is missing. He took nothing. My godson is out there. Gods know where, and he doesn't have a damn thing with him. Sirius asked incredulously. How the hell did this happen? Minerva sighed. You have been apprised of the fight and the subsequent discussion that took place with the headmaster, heads of house in London. What I don't get is why all of you were ganging up on him in the first place. He's just a kid, Sirius snapped. What the hell were you thinking? As if you had such a brilliant relationship with him, Severus muttered irritably. He hated it when the mutt was right. What had he been thinking? Maybe we didn't get off to a great start, but at least I didn't gather a whole gang of adults to gang up on a little kid. Sirius argued back. Child or not, he injured those boys needlessly, Dumbledore spoke up, trying to avert a fight. There was no need for him to harm the students so terribly. 2 of them will not be able to leave the infirmary for a week. I have no idea how to explain this to their parents. Perhaps they will learn to think before attacking, Sirius argued back. Phileas squeaked in shock. Look, Sirius said, I know that he was a bit more rough than he should have been, but was it really the best of timing for the 5 of you to gang up on him, immediately after he was attacked by a gang of boys? What was he supposed to think? The heads of house shifted uncomfortably. And you, Snape, Sirius said, rounding on his rival. What the hell is wrong with you? If anyone should have seen that the situation was out of control, it should have been you. That's what you've been bragging about this past 2 weeks, isn't it? How well you know him. That you know exactly what he is thinking and doing all the time. Go to hell, Black, Severus snarked half-heartedly. This is getting us nowhere. Obviously, London not only apparated from the grounds, but he also threw off the tracking charm the headmaster placed on him. He could be anywhere, and we need to start narrowing our search field, or we will never find him again. We have traces of his magical signature still, so that should aid in finding him, Minerva said helpfully. If he has not yet figured out how to block his signature, Remus pointed out. Did you show him how to do that, Snape? Sirius asked. No. But that doesn't mean he hasn't figured it out on his own. I can say that as of the day that we brought him here, he most likely did not know how to do it. His friend suggested running away, and I explained to her that we would be able to find him again quickly, due to his signature. And you likely then put the idea in his head to learn how to block it, Arthur said. He's a 17-year-old kid. If he's anything like my Ronald, saying something like that only gives him ideas. He was already well aware of magical signatures, Severus snapped. He could sense me from halfway across the city. I told him nothing new. This is getting us nowhere, gentlemen, Dumbledore said. Severus, where would London go if he was running away? Severus scrubbed his face with his hands as he tried to think. There are the obvious places. The warehouse, Marian's diner, a produce shop he worked at frequently. Some of the clubs, our flat. Okay. That's a start. He's hurt and angry. Would that narrow down the list at all? Remus asked. Severus sighed. I suppose it is unlikely that he would go to the diner or the produce shop. But I cannot say with complete certainty. Half of us will sweep the city, in case he has not gone to one of those locations, Dumbledore announced. The other half of us will begin searching those 3 locations, the warehouse, the flat and the club. Multiple clubs, Severus explained. He went clubbing nearly nightly. I know some of his favorites, but even the list of clubs that he frequented the most is a foot long. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. All right, our half will split again. That means that 4 of you will search the list of clubs that Severus will write for you, 4 of us will search the flat and warehouse, and the other 10 of you will search the city at random. Everyone nodded at their orders, and there was a flurry of activity as they prepared for a night in the chill of London. Changerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchangerchanger Danger. Anna leaned against the bar wearily. London showed no sign of tiring yet, but she was bloody exhausted. She had never seen quite the appeal that London did in these kind of clubs, and she had never needed to seek them out for the reasons that London had. He had made damn sure that she would never resort to anything like prostitution, something for which she was both unrelentingly thankful for as well as slightly embarrassed about. She knew very well the price that he had paid early on to support her as he did. She set her empty glass down on the bar and scanned the dance floor once more for her brother's form. She finally caught sight of him grinding against a slightly taller man. For a brief moment she held her breath, thinking that he was Severus. The man turned more fully toward her though, and she realized that he looked nothing like the potion's master. London danced mindlessly, losing his thoughts, his worries, his fears in the music. He felt strong arms circle his waist and pull him closer, and without a second thought, he pushed back against the chest that met his back. The dancer's hand swept up London's chest, and London closed his eyes, letting go. God, he had missed this. Anna shook her head as she watched London grinding against the man. This was a *****ing mess. London's eyes were closed and his arousal was more than evident. Anna couldn't believe that it had come to this. She fought to tear her eyes away as she watched the man grope London more and more openly, slipping his hand inside London's damp shirt. She turned away for a brief moment, trying to come up with some sort of plan to prevent London from making such a mistake. As much as he wanted to convince her that he was over Severus, she knew full well that he was not. He would be a complete mess if he went through with this tonight. She turned back to watch him just as the man bent his head, allowing his lips to caress London's glistening neck. London's face twisted in horror and repulsion as comprehension dawned, and he fought his way away from the grasping arms. This was what she had been waiting for. Anna leapt from her seat and pushed her way toward London, who was standing alone, shaking, at the edge of the dance floor. "London," she called out gently, not bothering to raise her voice above the pounding music. "London." London looked up and met her eyes for a brief moment before looking away. "I couldn't do it," he whispered. "Let's go back to the hotel," she said, slipping her arm around his waist. "He touched me and I just couldn't. He wasn't Severus." "Don't worry, Lonnie. Let's just leave." She slowly started to pull him away from the club, eager to get him away from this mess. "What am I going to do?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "We are going to go home, take a shower and go to sleep. We'll deal with everything in the morning." London nodded absently. It was clear that he hadn't really understood anything that she said. "We'll think of something. Don't worry." Anna led her stumbling friend back to their hotel and dragged him up the stairs to their small room. She wished that she had as much faith in her words as she had implied to London. She had no clue what they were going to do. London was a mess, and for once, she didn't know how to fix it. Severus pushed open the door to his flat warily. He had no idea what he would find there, but he could only pray that London would be safely holed away inside. "Time is of the essence," Minerva reminded him gently, prodding him on the shoulder to move into the flat. Severus nodded once and moved further into the room. It looked just as it had before London had come to Hogwarts. He moved restlessly from the sitting room into the bedroom. Nothing there either. Is there anything that he would take with him, if he had come here? Remus asked gently. Severus swung his eyes around the room slowly, his mind almost numb. He left very few clothes here. And he has never had very many personal items to begin with. Most of what he owns is at Hogwarts. "Do you keep any money in the flat?" Kingsley asked. "Is there anything of value that he would have come here for?" "No," Severus said, his answer fading away as his mind fully took in the question. "Wait. He keeps a small stash here, his earnings from various jobs. He stores it in an old glass jar. I'm not certain where though. He moves it from time to time. Usually in this room," he said, tearing open drawers as he spoke. The rest of the group started going through the bedroom just as thoroughly. It was Sirius who turned up an empty jar that had been tossed under the bed. "What was in this?" he asked, lifting it up for Severus to see. "That's it," Severus said, shutting the wardrobe door quickly. "There was nothing in it." "Nope. Any idea how much he had in here?" Severus shook his head. "It was his money. I didn't want to intrude." Sirius snorted. "So much for knowing him so well," he muttered. Severus glared but responded with relative calm. It was the majority of his summer earnings for the past 3 summers, as well as a bit of money that he would put in there throughout the school year when I was gone. I'd say there had to be at least £500. "As much as that?" Minerva asked unbelievingly. "Particularly when I was gone, he would work a lot. And he was able to save the vast majority of it, since he got at least 1 meal a day for free, and he had no need to pay for a place to stay." £500 can take him pretty damn far," Remus said, voicing all of their fears aloud. Sirius cursed. Severus sank down onto the bed, massaging his forehead for a moment. When he looked up, he caught sight of a towel on the floor of the bathroom. "What the?" he said, rising slowly and moving toward the open bathroom door. "What is it, Severus?" Minerva asked. "A towel," he said, bending toward it. "A towel, London," she said, moving toward the bathroom as well. "So he took a shower, so what?" Sirius said. Severus picked up the still damp towel, and then started when a piece of paper fluttered to the ground. "He left a note?" Sirius asked disbelievingly. Severus held it with shaking hands, as he read on his messy writing. "Anna did. He took her with him, wherever he went." "Anna?" Kingsley asked, leaning against the bathroom door. "His best friend. Practically his sister." "How old is she?" "Old enough to take care of him?" Minerva asked. "She's probably about 14, Severus said. "That was the young woman you met when we went to the warehouse to pick up London's belongings." "She's just a child," Minerva said. "And a muggle to boot. We must find them immediately. 2 children out there, alone. They will be that much easier for the Death Eaters to find." "No, she may just help him to hide more effectively. London wouldn't take her anyplace magical, and the Death Eaters are unlikely to know their way around muggle places too well. It might help to slow them down," Severus said, still staring at the short note. "We should go to the warehouse and see if the Order members found anything there," Kingsley said. "Of course," Severus said, dropping the towel and shoving the note in his pocket. For the first time since London had disappeared, he was starting to realize how much he had to make up to his lover. The Order group that had accompanied Severus met up with the other group that had started out at the warehouse. "Have you discovered anything?" Remus asked Professor Vector. "Nothing. They haven't seen London in months." Severus snorted. "London was living with them not even a month ago. Clearly, they didn't feel like talking to you. Did you go in there threatening them?" The group shuffled in silence for a moment. Severus sighed and moved toward a broken window. "Stay out here," he ordered his group. "They won't say anything if you come in." "But how will we know?" Sirius started to object. "You'll have to trust me, difficult though that may sound," Severus sneered. "I know these kids, and they sure as hell won't sell out their friends to a bunch of adults. I can't believe you thought you would get anywhere by threatening them." "I didn't do anything out of order," Vector snapped back. "We asked first, and then when that didn't work Kingsley stepped in. I simply went in and let them know that we needed to locate their friend." "That would do it," Severus muttered. "Stay out here. I'll get the information." He pushed his way through the small cluster of Order members and entered the warehouse, ready to do some serious bargaining. He could only pray that they would trust him enough to tell him what they knew. Within moments he caught sight of Angel. She glared at him, not bothering to hide her irritation. "You the one that brought that lot here?" she asked, nodding toward the opening. "Not on purpose," Severus said. "Look, I need your help. I pissed off London and he left. I need to find him to apologize." "Looks like a hell of a lot more than that," she argued back. "Why'd you bring a million ****ing adults with you if you just needed to apologize? You're going to hurt him." "No," Severus protested. I really head up," he said, trying to avoid using words that would set him apart from London and his friends. He needed them to feel that he was on their side, particularly since he was on their side. "Did London ever tell you about his parents?" "Yeah. King loser alcoholics. His aunt and uncle lied to him about that. They were murdered, and the man who killed them has been released from jail. He's after London now. No one can find London if he doesn't want to be found," she argued reasonably. "That is true," Severus acknowledged. "But I think he has Anna with him. I'm not sure he will be able to protect himself and her. This man has some powerful friends. They will find him, given enough time." Angel considered this for a moment. "Look, Sev, I don't really know too much. He came by here last night, really upset about something. I heard him tell her that you were leaving him for someone else." "What?" Severus let out the question in a strangled voice. "Yeah, you're done with him," she said with a glare. "If he didn't need help,
I'd tell you to F *** off, if you were lucky. I'm still considering calling a few of my friends. You deserve. I know what I deserve, Severus said, sending up a quick prayer of thanksgiving that she had reserved judgment long enough for him to explain to her. He did not relish the kind of beating he was quite sure that London's friends were capable of giving him. I'm not leaving him. He must be confused. Angel glared at him once more for good measure before continuing. Whatever, she said dismissively, clearly not taking him at his word. Thing is, he told Anna that he needed to get away and she said she wanted to go with. So they left. Did you hear where they were going? Angel shook her head. Did you see how they left? Did they get on a bus? On the underground? Angel shook her head again. They went into the alley and disappeared. Must have run pretty quick. Maybe they caught a cab. Severus nodded his head. F***. They clearly left the warehouse and apparated to the flat. And from there, the trail went cold. Thank you for helping me, Angel. Do you need anything right now? I wouldn't take anything from you, she said with a sneer. You have a lot to make up. I know. Thank you, he said, turning and leaving the building quickly. He entered the dim alley, his shoulders hunched in against the disappointment. Did they know anything? Remus asked eagerly. Angel acknowledged that London did come by here last night, and that he took Anna with him. She had no idea where they went. Do you think she was telling the truth? Kingsley asked. Yes, Severus said. I am certain of it. London likely knew that we would track him at least this far and so he acted accordingly. So what do we do now? Poppy asked quietly. We can hope that the other groups turn up something, but I doubt they will. If London was just going out to the clubs, he wouldn't have taken Anna with him. No, he said he needed to leave. He left the city, and possibly the country, Severus said heavily. We need to alert the ministry, Minerva said. They can assist us in tracking him. We must locate him. I believe we should withhold our report for a few days, Dumbledore said, approaching the group slowly. We might locate the boys soon, and then we would look like fools in the eyes of the ministry, and they might try to remove him from Hogwarts. Not to mention we would risk the Death Eaters finding out that he is missing. Perhaps you are right, Minerva said cautiously. I suppose we could wait a few more days. Changercangercangercangercanger. London and Anna lay curled up together in the bed. He ran his fingers through her hair, trying to get out the tangles. For the first time, he questioned his decision to leave without packing a damn thing. At least for Anna, he really should have let her pack a few things. He'd make it up to her somehow. What day is it? He asked sleepily. Monday. 3 days in Germany and I'm already ready to move on. Where do you want to go now? Anna sighed. I don't care, London. I miss Sev, he said softly. Me too. I don't belong there though, he said. Anna didn't reply. He deserves someone better, he added. And I think he was starting to realize that. What makes you think that? He wouldn't see me except to eat, which he couldn't help since everyone eats together, and to F***. He wants someone he can do bookish things with. I doubt that, and don't you two already do all kinds of science experiments together? Potions, London muttered, but he likely wants someone smarter than me. He knows I've never really gone to school. And he still hasn't figured out that you can't read right. London shrugged. Probably doesn't care. Now that he knows I'm too stupid for him, it doesn't really matter exactly how stupid I really am. Point is, he knows he can do better and he knows it. Or should do. Anna sighed again. This was getting to be a wearisome conversation. London was so fully convinced that Severus thought too little of him to want to be true partners in a relationship, and she was getting nowhere in convincing him otherwise. I was finally doing it, you know. I was going to learn how to read. Were you going to tell him? No, it was going to be a surprise. Or maybe I wouldn't ever tell him. I hadn't decided. Anna nodded her understanding at this explanation. You're not going to keep it up. The lady that was helping me is magical. I don't know if I could get back there without them finding me. Anna snorted. If anyone could do it, it would be you. London thought about this for a moment. She was right. Not to mention what a victory it would be to sneak into the ministry when all of them were undoubtedly looking for him.
You think I should keep it up? Yeah, might be helpful, you know. London shrugged, but did not dismiss the idea. When's your next lesson supposed to be? Today, he said softly. Why don't you go? London rolled onto his back. It could be fun. A great you to them all. She works in the Ministry of Magic. Going in there to keep this appointment without getting caught, it'll be brilliant. Will they be able to catch you? I doubt it. I'll need to make a few plans. If I do this right though, they won't know I've been there until I've already left. Couldn't you do it without them ever knowing? Probably. But this will piss them off more, he said with a grin. Anna rolled her eyes. Okay. When are we leaving? Severus sat in his rooms in silence. He completely ignored the argument around him. The others were arguing, once again, about what they should do regarding London. He had been missing since Friday evening. It was Tuesday morning now, and London had been gone longer than they had anticipated. For some unfathomable reason, they had all been convinced that he would see the error of his ways and return on his own. Severus had, of course, known better. He had been fully aware that London would not return on his own. The argument now was whether to involve the ministry or not. Half of the group was for it, the other half against. Severus wasn't entirely certain which side of the debate he himself stood on. If they told the ministry, they would risk Death Eater leaks within the ministry learning of London's disappearance. Of course, not telling the ministry meant that they could not depend upon or assistance in their search. Frankly, the Order of the Phoenix was simply not up to the task of tracking an angry, upset young man across the globe. We have to tell them, Albus, Kingsley said. This is getting ridiculous. We obviously cannot find him. We have no way to begin to trace him. The ministry can help. If nothing else, they can alert the countries that London is more likely to go to, so that their ministries can keep an eye out for him at the borders. Yes, that's a brilliant plan, Minerva snarked back. Let's announce to the world that we lost Harry Potter. Brilliant. There is no need for sarcasm, my dear, Albus said gently. He sighed heavily as he gave the matter some more thought, all trace of the familiar twinkle gone from his eyes. Perhaps it is time to seek some more help. Kingsley might be right. Severus, you know London better than any of us. What do you think? Severus pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to keep from screaming. Kingsley may be right, albeit not for the reasons that he thinks he is. London would never follow protocol when entering or exiting a country. What makes you think that? Sirius snapped. He's not a criminal. Merlin's balls, man. I didn't imply that he was. Severus snapped back. He has no bloody idea of what he should do when exiting the country. For that matter, he likely has no idea that ministries even exist in other countries that he should check in with to gain clearance. I know for damn sure that he has no paperwork or passports or papers of entry. How can he leave the British Isles then? Minerva asked. London doesn't need those things because, as you are all aware, he leaves no trace when he apparates. It is impossible for any ministry to trace his apparition into the country, and so they are simply never aware that he arrived. They have nothing to track, and so they are unaware that any laws have been broken. Well then, how would the ministry be useful? Kingsley asked. If they can't stop him at the border, then what can they possibly do? Severus sighed again. London enjoys fighting. He enjoys a good fight the way that the students here would enjoy a friendly game of Quidditch. Chances are, if he remains in one place for long enough, he will be in a fight. If we are lucky, the Muggle police of the Aurors will be contacted. If they know to look out for him. Dumbledore nodded. You are right, Severus. I hate to go about catching him his way. He trusts us so little as it is. Severus nodded. He hated it too, and he hated himself for even supporting any idea that could help get his lover arrested, even if only temporarily. But he hated the idea more that a Death Eater could find him first. If London was in the kind of mood Severus assumed he was in, then you could count on the fact that London had likely seen few sober hours since his departure 3 days ago. And if he was that drunk, he was either fighting or ing, and Severus couldn't bear to think of the chances that London was engaging in the latter. It is decided then, Albus said slowly. We will alert the ministry at once. I will leave immediately for Minister Fudge's office to brief him on the matter.
Changer, 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 changer. London entered the ministry through the front doors, just as he had when he had been escorted there by the Aurors for his meeting with Fudge. He paused for a moment as he watched the flurry of people moving around him. No one noticed him at all. With a smirk he moved through the witches and wizards quickly, drawing no notice to himself. It was one of the traits that he was more proud of, his ability to not only live but thrive completely under the radar of the average human being. He had dedicated so much time to going unnoticed that it now came more naturally to him than gathering attention. Within moments he had bypassed the wand weighing station, thanks to a timely crush of employees who forced their way through without pausing to have their wands inspected. A brief moment more and he was in Callie's hall, standing in front of her door. Well, here was the moment of truth. While he was quite certain that Callie liked him, and that she was generally on his side, he was not entirely certain that she wouldn't just turn him over to Dumbledore and the others. He knocked briskly. "Come in," Callie called from within. London pushed open the door and leaned in the doorframe. "Ready, love?" he asked with a smile. Callie pursed her lips. "In a moment. I need to lock up some paperwork and then we can begin." Thing is, I kind of wanted to get out of here," London said, stepping into the office. "A friend of mine wanted to sit in. I'm not teaching the entire city how to." At London's glare and nod toward the open door she bit her tongue. "At any rate, I am not doing this for anyone but you." "She already knows how," London said, swinging himself up onto her desk. "It's Anna. She just wanted to come with." "Well, bring her here. She's not a changer like us," London explained reasonably. He saw that Callie was wavering, but not entirely ready to leave the office yet. It seemed that Callie was unaware that he had already left Hogwarts. "That should make this easier. Plus, I've been really craving some proper food. Can't stand any more of that high-class shit they serve at Hogwarts." Callie snorted. "You just want to irritate the old goat," she said knowingly. "That too," he acknowledged. "Come with me?" he asked, turning his best puppy dog eyes to her. Callie sighed and spelled the paperwork to a safe place. "Whatever you want." "Brilliant," London said, jumping down from the desk and moving to her side. "Hold tight," he said before changing them to a cafe that he had frequented when Marian's was too busy. "What the hell was that?" she snapped. "Changing. You bunch are *****ing odd about this. Don't know what's wrong with the way I do it. Sev does it and no one gives a shit. I do it and it's like the world bloody ended. When Professor Snape apparates he does not do it through the strongest wards erected in the wizarding world." London shrugged. "Come on, Anna's waiting." They moved through cafe quickly toward the table that Anna had already claimed. "Order anything yet?" "Just a cuppa and a sandwich." "I wasn't sure what you wanted." "That sounds fine." "Anna, this is Callie," London said, sitting down next to Anna. Anna smiled at the witch. "Thanks for helping him out." "I tried to, but I'm just not that good." Callie nodded at the young muggle. "I'm not sure how much assistance I can give London, but I thought I should give it a try. If we can't get anywhere, I will recommend someone skilled in the learning arts." "But you think you can help some?" Anna asked, looking quickly over at London. "I believe so. I have brought some books to help determine what level you are at right now, London," she said with a nod toward the books she had taken out of her pocket and discreetly restored to size. "It might be frustrating at first, but I need to see how far you can push yourself. I need to see how you learn, how you react to words and sentences. Then we can move from there." Anna stared at the stack of books. "Can I look at one while you guys are working?" "Certainly," Callie said, flipping through the stack quickly. She pulled out one of the more advanced texts, although even this one would be simple for the average 10-year-old. She wasn't able to tell how well the young muggle could read, and she didn't want to discourage her. "So, where do we start?" London asked, eyeing the stack of books nervously. Changer, 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 changer. Albus and Severus stood in silence outside the large double doors that led to the minister's office. This was not a way in which either of them had wanted to begin a second meeting with the minister. The doors opened suddenly, clearly spelled to open when the minister was ready for his appointment. Albus and Severus stepped through. "How are you doing today, headmaster?" Cornelius said jovially, wondering where London was.
He had rather assumed that the young man would come to visit him at some point in the not-too-distant future. For once, he found himself genuinely liking someone who might in future be a rival for his position. He simply couldn't bring himself to dislike the powerful and intelligent young man, in spite of the fact that there was a very good chance that the wizarding world would elect London Minister at some point after he defeated Voldemort, assuming the boy could in fact defeat the Dark Lord. "Not very well, I am afraid, my dear Cornelius," Albus said slowly. "It seems that Harry Potter has decided to take a short holiday." "Holiday?" Fudge echoed back. "He has left," Severus said firmly. "Indefinitely." "Indefinitely," Cornelius echoed again. "You cannot be serious." At Severus and Albus, twin nods, he stared back at them, mouth agape. "Left? Why in ruddy hell did he leave?" Albus and Severus exchanged a long look. "I am afraid that he was not fitting in very well," Albus finally said. "I hardly see how the boy would care about that. He did not seem to be the sort of person to think very much at all about how other people viewed him." "Just the same," Albus continued, "he was not comfortable in our world." "And what do you intend to do about this?" Cornelius asked, all hint of his prior joviality gone. "We have tracked him as best we could, but I am afraid that the trail goes quite cold at Severus' flat in London." "He left yesterday?" Cornelius asked, turning back to his desk to study the calendar there. Albus cleared his throat. "Friday," he said slowly. "He left Friday evening." "It is now Tuesday afternoon," Cornelius said blandly. "What have you learned in the intervening 84 hours? "Very little," Albus said. "What do you think that I can do about this? If the boy does not wish to live in our world, I doubt that there is much that we can do to convince him otherwise. We need your assistance in locating him. I think that if he will just sit down and talk with Severus, he might change his mind and return." "I will not have that boy kept here against his will," Cornelius icily. "You will find, Headmaster, that I am quite willing to uphold the proper sentencing for those who think to control the innocent through use of the unspeakables. Not even you are exempt from our laws." "I would never think of doing such a thing," Severus said quietly, ignoring the gaping headmaster. "What's more, I doubt that the unspeakables would even faze London." "Leave us, Albus," Cornelius said, studying Severus closely. "I wish to speak with your potions master alone." Albus looked between the two men for a brief moment, before deciding that it couldn't hurt their cause. While Severus lacked the people skills necessary for a career in politics, he had a masterful understanding of manipulation. He doubted that it would be possible for Cornelius to manipulate Severus into saying or doing something that would be harmful to the order or their cause. "Very well," he said, stepping out of the room. The doors slammed shut behind him, leaving Severus alone with the minister. "How can I be of assistance?" he asked quietly. "You can tell me the truth," Cornelius said, sitting behind his desk and motioning for Severus to take a seat as well. "Why did London leave?" Severus sighed. "There were a multitude of problems. As the headmaster said, London was not particularly comfortable on our world. Along with a general unease, I know that he was quite concerned about having a godfather." "He does not like Sirius Black?" Cornelius asked, his surprise unfeigned. "He has assumed that the two would get along rather well." "No. Black is not prepared to treat London as an equal, and keeps attempting to assert his authority over London as though he were a child. London not only has little patience for people in positions of authority, but he also has a genuine fear of adults who are in parental roles. As I am sure you are well aware, his Muggle family were not adequate guardians for him." "Yes," Cornelius said slowly. "I had known that, although I confess I had not thought of the implications." He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. "You said that there were more reasons." Severus sighed again. "I left him alone to his thoughts too much. He had no occupation to keep him entertained. With no job, no duties, nothing to do during the day, he turned to fighting." Cornelius raised an eyebrow. "I have heard nothing of fights at Hogwarts." "There was just one, a bad one. The headmaster kept it quiet." Cornelius nodded. "Anything else?" Severus decided to lay all of his cards on the table. He knew that London trusted this man, and he felt that he must trust in his lover's judgment. He passed the crumpled note over to the minister, who scanned it quickly. "Honestly, I am uncertain." His friend Anna left me this note before she went with him. Not terribly informative, although it does back up some of your thoughts as to his reason for leaving. Very well. Where do we go from here? I am quite certain that, at least on Friday night, London left the country. What I am not certain of is how long it will take for him to tire of his new location and return here. Nor am I entirely certain where he will go when he does return. Pubs and nightclubs, presumably. Or to the streets for a fight. Do you know of any place in particular where there are fight clubs? Severus shook his head. As much as he enjoys fighting, as far as I know he has never participated in an actual fight club. His fights are instigated by rival gangs and enemies from the street. What do you intend to say to him to get him to return? Severus met his eyes steadily. I do not know. I only know that I have to get him back. We can only keep this information from the Death Eaters for so long. Frankly, I am amazed that they have not yet discovered his absence. He can protect himself, am I correct? Cornelius asked. Yes, when it comes to fighting against a few opponents. I have never tried to throw dark spells at him though, and so I have no idea how he will react to the truly dark arts if they were used against him. If the Dark Lord sent his full army. All right, Cornelius said, acknowledging his understanding. I will contribute as many ores as I can to finding London. For now, I will scatter them throughout the city, focusing largely on the nightclubs and pubs. If any of them spot him, I will have you notified immediately. I assume he will not take well to being approached by one of my ores. Severus shook his head. As I thought. Very well. I will contact you if I receive any further information, he said, standing and shaking Severus' hand. Thank you, Severus said sincerely. I will keep you abreast of our discoveries as well. Cornelius smiled. I rather doubt the headmaster would approve. I can't say I give a damn anymore. Cornelius laughed heartily as he led Severus to the door. It was a delight speaking with you. When we find London, we will need to go out to dinner together. I am certain he will be delighted, Severus said, before leaving the office to join the headmaster and begin the search once more. Where to now? Anna asked as London apparated back into the alley she had been waiting in for him. Dunno, he said, fumbling in his pocket for another cigarette. Wasn't so bad. I kind of like her, Anna said, in reference to Callie. She had enjoyed the short reading lesson immensely, although she was well aware that London had not enjoyed it nearly as much. While she had spent a difficult hour wading through the difficult book, she had at least been able to proceed, and as the hour passed she felt that the reading was coming more easily. Her issue was a simple lack of education and opportunity to practice reading. Having time dedicated to reading, and having books available was a godsend. London was another matter though. She had been well aware of how difficult this would be for him, and she was proud of how well he had held his temper. He had only thrown one book, and he had only cursed at Callie twice. Well, twice that he actually meant it. She hardly counted his casual use of curse words as actual curses. The intent simply wasn't there. She's not so bad, London agreed as they walked through the narrow alley. I kind of feel like sticking around for a few days, he said suddenly. I haven't been to any of my clubs in more than a month. I miss it. Okay. Want to just stay at home or do you want a hotel? London thought for a minute. Sev has likely set up some sort of spell to tell him if I go back to the warehouse. Anna nodded her understanding, although she had no idea that such a thing could exist. If London said it was possible though, she had no doubt that it was. We'd better stick to a hotel. Do you think he'll be looking for you at the clubs? There's too many clubs. No way the bastard can check them all out. What about that spell thing you were talking about? Nah, can't be used on that many places at once. It'd kill him. Anna shrugged. Let's get some drinks for the afternoon, London said, heading toward a liquor store. Sounds good. She clasped his hand suddenly. I've missed this. I know the last few days haven't been great for you, but in some ways they've been perfect for me. You've been gone so much. I know. But hey, I'll be there forever, now. Anna nodded, although her eyes were shadowed. There was something far greater at work than a simple fight with Severus, and she wouldn't stop until she knew what it was. Changer, 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 changer. Albus and Severus made their way slowly to the apparition point, ready to leave the ministry. Do you think that London will make contact with the minister? Albus asked. I doubt it, Severus replied. He doesn't seem to have made any real connections with anyone in the wizarding world, aside from myself. I am at a loss to determine who he would go to for help. Or who he would even be hesitant to break contact with. Albus nodded. Perhaps we should simply retrace his original steps. The first people he met were myself, Minerva, Sirius and Remus. I believe we can take it as read that he did not and will not contact any of them of his own volition. I believe you are right, my boy, Albus said heavily. Next, he came to the ministry and met the minister and Callie Godson. We already know that he has not contacted the minister, and although the two have an understanding of sorts, I would be shocked if London contacted him willingly for any reason. Severus nodded. Although he was willing to meet with the minister again, I do not feel that London would trust him enough to contact him at this point. What about Callie Godson? Albus asked. They certainly got on well when he was signing the paperwork to withdraw from Hogwarts. Severus stopped walking for a moment, mulling the idea over carefully. He might. I would be surprised, but he really might have. I know that he visited the ministry during the day before he left. I cannot recall if he said that he had visited her. Severus cursed himself silently for having such a vague memory of that conversation. Perhaps we should pay Ms. Godson a visit, Albus said as he was already making his way to her office. Within a few moments they were at her door, catching her just as she was taking a seat at her desk. Excuse me, madam, Severus said. Did London come to visit you last Friday? Callie eyed him warily. She knew that London desperately wanted her to keep this secret from Severus, above all other people. Why? Severus and Albus exchanged a look. Albus made the decision. I am afraid that he has been missing since Friday evening. Callie stared at them, dumbstruck. Missing? Yes. There was an altercation, and he decided to leave. Callie looked down at her desk for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Why are you only now coming to me? We thought the boy might come to his senses and return, Albus said. We were not certain that the move was permanent. And now you have reason to believe that it is. Yes, we have just informed the minister and he is extending our assistance in attempting to track London, Albus explained. Unfortunately, we believe that he has learned how to hide his magical signature, and tracking him is something of an impossibility. Callie snorted. Yes, she said, rather reluctantly. Yes. Albus asked in obvious confusion. His mind was moving too quickly to keep track of his question. Yes, London came to visit me last Friday, Callie said patiently. What did you discuss? I cannot reveal that to you, she said firmly. It may be a difference between life and death, Albus pleaded. Callie cocked an eyebrow. If it was, you would have been here Friday after he left. Severus stepped in. Have you seen him since Friday? Callie thought for a moment, uncertain if she should reveal that she had just returned from lunch with him. A careful appraisal of the potion's master assured her that she should. We dined together this afternoon. Excuse me, Albus asked in disbelief. We had a lunch date set up prior to his departure from Hogwarts. He arrived at the ministry a few minutes early and asked me to accompany him to a location in Muggle London. Where? Severus asked eagerly. Perhaps if they could get the location they could find a clue as to where London was. I cannot say. He apparated me, both there and back. I had never seen it before and no street signs were visible from our apparition point. Severus and Albus both shrank back in disappointment. How did he look? Severus asked, almost scared to receive the answer. Fine. I had no idea that anything was amiss. He was his usual, charming self, she said wryly, remembering him throwing a book at her head in frustration. The boy had been rather well behaved, on the whole. She knew that these lessons were going to be incredibly frustrating for the young man. Did he say anything about where he had been? Where he was going? Not a word. I had no idea that he had not been with you. Did he have a Muggle girl with him? Albus asked. Yes, a young woman, about 14, I would guess. Her name was Anna. I didn't catch a last name. If she has one, she doesn't use it, Severus said. But he looked well, he confirmed once more. I would not lie to you about that, she said, narrowing her eyes at him. She hated it when men doubted her word. She might withhold information, but she would never fabricate anything, even to protect someone she respected. Severus nodded his understanding. Do you have another appointment set with him? I could not say. Will you alert us when he returns? Callie sat in silence. I will consider it. Changer, 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 changer. Anna and London lay on the bed of their hotel room, both too drunk to move very much. London drained the bottle of whiskey he had bought for the two of them, and tossed it aside, ignoring the shattering of glass as it hit the wall. More? He asked, calling a second bottle to his hand. Anna nodded, before letting her head rest on London's stomach once more. Why did you leave Sev? She asked, praying that London was drunk enough to tell her the truth. This had gone on long enough. He was just going to leave me, he said bitterly, tossing aside the cap and lighting a cigarette. Why? London paused for a moment of silence, inhaling deeply on his cigarette, scowling. You know how old I was when we got together. 14, she said, pulling the bottle from his hand to take another drink. London nodded. 14, he whispered. Anna waited patiently for him to continue. Man who likes little boys won't much care for another man in his bed, he said bitterly. Sev doesn't like little boys, Anna protested. He liked me. Didn't he think you were older? Like 18 or something? London shrugged. This is stupid, Lonnie, she argued. He thought you were older. That first night, I gave him the choice or topping. He said that he preferred to top. Lonnie. He didn't even know you. It's not like you can take every single word said that night as gospel. Why would he lie about that, to a complete stranger? Not to mention that he topped most of the time for the next year or two. No, he definitely prefers topping. So you're gonna let that first night determine everything else? She asked, her voice sharp with disbelief. The fact that he might have been nervous, or even scared, the fact that he might have decided that topping might have been the safer route for that night, that isn't going to stop you. Sev wasn't scared. Not scared of you, you half-wit. Just uncomfortable with the situation. I know you told me that he didn't date much before you. It had probably been a long time since he got laid. And if he usually paid for it, I can damn near guarantee you that he was topping those times. It would take a lot of trust to let a complete stranger top when you have say so rarely. Really, London, I'm sure it had just been a long time. Says him. Not sure we can trust that. Can't people change their minds? Can't he have used to like topping, and now prefer not? People don't change like that, Anna. You're being an idiot. You can't hold him to whatever it was he said on that first night. Knowing you, I doubt he even got to get 2 words in before you had him stripped down and on the bed. He pulled the bottle from her hands and took a long drink. Whatever, he muttered. Thing is, he's surrounded by little boys, day in and day out. He can have one of them whenever he wants. He doesn't want a kid. She protested. Look, London said, suddenly sitting up and pushing her off his stomach. When I was younger, he topped almost all the time, right? He said, waiting for her nod. In the last year that has changed. A lot. I top almost every time. Anna shook her head in confusion. So what? London stubbed out his cigarette in anger, before realizing that he wanted another one. He pulled out his pack, barely getting his hands to stop shaking long enough to light one. Look, I'm not stupid. Some guy who wants a submissive little boy to isn't going to be satisfied with me. There's not a submissive bone in my body and Severus knows it. This is stupid, she argued back. How can you know what he wants? I'm not going to wait around for him to cheat on me with some kid. Figured I'd better do the leaving myself. Lonnie, Anna said, pulling the bottle away from him. He had drank more than enough. Don't you think you should talk to him about this? London shrugged. And let him kick me to the gutter himself. No thanks. But what if he likes things the way they are? What if he likes it better with you topping more, with you looking like you? What then? This is a waste of time, London said, lying back down. I should have left long ago. It was stupid to think that maybe he wouldn't want someone else. Anna sighed in frustration. She completely understood where London was coming from. but that didn't stop her from thinking that he was completely wrong. There was no way that Severus wanted a little boy to take to bed. It just wasn't possible. What London was conveniently forgetting was that, at the age of 14, he truly had looked at least 18. Now at 17, he could easily pass for early 20s. Some people just looked older than what they were, and London was certainly one of them. "Think about talking it over with him, won't you, London?" she finally asked. London grumbled an unintelligible response, clearly already halfway asleep. Anna sighed heavily. She didn't know how to fix this, but at least she had more information to work with. If only she had a way to contact Sev, she just knew these two could work through all of the misunderstandings. London and Anna walked through the city slowly, enjoying the city at night. London had always felt that his city turned into something completely different when the sun set. While he had a certain affection for his city during the day, it was at night when he truly loved it. "I heard a rumor that Justin is back in town," Anna said, knowing full well how her brother would react to the news. "Is he?" he said, a smile tugging at one side of his mouth. "He must be looking for me." "I'm sure he is. Should we look for him too? Might as well get this over with sooner than later." London nodded, smirking as his pulse quickened. He hadn't been in a good fight since before he left for Hogwarts. He needed this. What perfect timing for that asshole to try to return to London. He cracked his knuckles at the thought of the fight to come. "Perfect. I figured you'd think so," Anna said, smiling. This was the London that she had missed. The London that she had seen last night, moaning over a bottle of whiskey over his imagined boy troubles, was simply surreal to her. The London that she had always known and trusted was a fighter, and she was thrilled that he was finally getting that back. She knew full well that he would beat Justin in any fight that was started, so this was the perfect opportunity for him to pull himself out of his stupor without any actual danger to him. The couple proceeded through the streets, making their way to an abandoned building that Justin was known to frequent, at least before London had forbidden him to return. He had little patience for anyone who tried to hurt Anna, and when the bastard had attacked her nearly 2 years before, London hadn't thought twice about getting rid of him. A flash of insight, though, convinced him that it would be far more humiliating for the teen to be kicked out of the city than to be dead. So London spared his life and instead instructed him to leave London and never return. Idiot seemed to think that he could return the moment that London was rumored to have left the city himself. London snorted. This would be far more terrifying for Justin, London protecting his city even when he no longer lived in it. The boy would never see it coming. He caught sight of the little F***** within 30 minutes, a smirk twisting his lips. Shaking off his jacket, he reached to the small of his back to grasp his fight knife. He had a feeling he would be using this before the night was over. "Don't kill him," Anna said. "Why?" Anna's mind raced. He couldn't kill the boy because, if he ever wanted to go back to the wizarding world, he couldn't have such charges against him. Well, he could, but it would make it that much more difficult for him to make a new life there. He thought he could come back when he heard you were gone. Think about how humiliating it will be for him to be surprised that you're back, and for you to kick him out of the city again. He needs to know that you own this city, even if you aren't living in it." London smirked. Brilliant. He slipped the knife back in place. It would be ready for him if he needed it, but he rather preferred a nice, long fight. If he used it this soon, the fight would be over in minutes. No, he wanted this one to last him. "Changer, changer, changer, changer. Severus," a voice called out urgently from his fireplace. Severus stepped into the sitting room to catch sight of Kingsley Shacklebolt head in the middle of his fireplace. "Yes, Shacklebolt. We may have news. I assigned some of the trainees to listen in on the Muggle Auror wireless to see if their Aurors picked up anything that sounded suspicious." "Police, not Aurors," Severus corrected before he could stop himself. Merlin, he had been a teacher for entirely too long if he had taken to correcting adults without a second thought. "Continue, please." Kingsley could hear the tinge of desperation in Severus' voice, and so he ignored the unnecessary and untimely correction. "One of the trainees heard report of a street fight in the city. All we know is there were a lot of kids there, but only 2 seemed to be fighting. One is headed to hospital now. The other escaped with a young girl when the police came to break things up." "Severus, Mouth went dry. Hospital. Beaten to a bloody pulp. I don't think his face was even recognizable. Can't be London though. Reports said he had blonde hair. You don't think he would have changed his appearance, do you? Severus thought for a moment. Doubtful. He knows well enough how to hide without bothering to change his appearance. And I can't imagine anyone who could beat him in a fight, fair or otherwise. You've seen what he can do. My thought too. It might be nothing, but I am inclined to think that the ones who escaped just might be London and his Muggle friend. Do we have any other leads? Where they were headed to? Anything? Severus asked anxiously. Nothing as yet. You know him best. Where is he likely to go after a fight, when the police are looking for him? Back to the warehouse. No, definitely not there. If this had happened 2 months ago, I would wager just about anything that he was at our flat. But with events such as they are, I doubt he would go there. Perhaps, yes, I believe he may have gone to a club. A club, to dance. Severus blushed lightly before he could prevent it. Fighting makes him hot, he said, trying to avoid explaining exactly how much fighting turned his lover on. Their kinkiest say took place after fights. He likely went to a club to dance with some of the men. You mean to pick up a date? I cannot say, Severus said tightly. He couldn't even bring himself to think of such a possibility. He had taken his lover's faithfulness for granted over the past 3 years. Frankly, after that first separation when he returned to teach and London stayed in the city, he had never given it another thought. When London had not cheated on him then, he had assumed that the young man would always remain faithful. Severus, Severus, Kingsley called out, clearly worried for him. Severus shook his head, realizing that this was likely not the first time that Kingsley had called out for him. Yes. Do you have any idea where he would be most likely to go? Severus paused for a moment. I may. Changer, 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 changer. London felt the music throb through his body the second that he walked into Immaculate. Christ, he had missed this. Every inch of his body felt alive after the fight and he was ready for some action. I'm going to get a drink, Anna shouted up at him. London nodded toward the other dancers. I'm going to get lucky, he said with a smirk. Don't wait for me. He handed her £50. Should I get a new hotel room? London paused, surveying the men in front of him. I'll be using our room. Better find someplace else. Okay. Be safe, she said before pushing her way over to the bar. Her friend, Mike, worked here, and she knew he would serve her without a problem. London pushed his way onto the dance floor, thrilling at each touch as he brushed by man after man. Oh yes, he had certainly missed this. He started dancing with the closest man to him, moving to open groping with barely a pause at legitimate dancing. He needed to get laid now. His hand slipped inside the other man's shirt, brushing against his nipples. His eyes closed as he let himself go. Changer, 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 changer. Are you sure this will be the place? The captain of the oars asked Severus dubiously. They stood in the alley behind a dingy club, staring around themselves in open curiosity. Severus nodded. You will need to change to clothing similar to mine. You will stand out if you go in wearing robes. The oars looked him over skeptically, uncertain about his Muggle attire of black leather trousers and a black shirt. Severus knew they would likely be far more shocked once they entered the club. His attire was quite tame compared to what the others would likely be wearing. He's right, Remus said patiently. Haven't you ever been to Muggle clubs before? At their captain's command, the group all placed glamours over their clothing so that it at least loosely resembled the potion masters. They worked their way into the packed club, fanning out immediately. Sirius looked around himself curiously. He hadn't been in a club like this in at least, well, since before he went to Azkaban. The dark club was tightly packed with young men and the occasional young woman, all scantily clad in what he presumed were the latest Muggle fashions. Large pillars supported a second-floor grid that young men were dancing on. The lights and throbbing music were making him dizzy, and Sirius closed his eyes tightly for a brief moment. When he opened them again, he came to a complete stop with an audible gasp as he caught sight of his godson. The boy was wearing a pair of loose, overly worn, ripped Muggle jeans that had splashes of what appeared to be blood covering the legs. The light made it impossible to tell, but given the state of the other boy, well, he was rather alarmingly certain that it was blood. London's shirt was only a skin-tight, black tank top that was also ripped and bore signs of what was likely blood. Worse than both of those though, he was practically having say with another man on the dance floor. "Move," Remus whispered in his friend's ear as he pushed him. "We've found him, but we need to blend in until we can get closer to him. Close enough to talk him into coming back with us." Sirius moved mechanically toward the wall, but kept his eyes on his godson at all times. "Remy, he whispered, cutting his own words off as he saw London run his fingers over his partner's visibly hard cock, tracing it through his trousers. If Sirius didn't know any better, he would think that London was almost measuring it. "We've found him. Now we have to wait for Severus to talk to him." The Aurors and other members of the Order of the Phoenix watched in mute shock as London danced with the Muggle. Severus made his way toward him slowly, fighting to keep every hint of his magical signature covered. He knew that London could find him anywhere, and this was his only hope of getting close enough to him to be able to apologize and get him back. As he drew nearer, his heart ached. Merlin, he had missed London so much. As they had been together for longer, the connection that had formed 3 years ago became stronger and stronger. It was nearly painful for Severus to be separated from London anymore. He had always assumed that it was the same for London, that the magic affected him in a similar fashion, but he had never discussed it with his young lover. When he could stand the separation no longer, he slid in behind London, brushing his arm gently. London turned instantly, abandoning his prior partner and focusing entirely on his lover, his eyes intent on his prey. Before Severus could even open his mouth to try to apologize, London grabbed him and turned him around, grinding against his ass and forcing Severus to dance, regardless of his prior intention to get London to leave the club. The potion's master tried to turn, but the iron grip that London had on his hips would not permit him to move beyond grinding back. He was flooded with images of their first dance together, more than 3 years ago in this same club. "London," he panted through the flood of memories, trying to get his attention. London bit his earlobe hard enough to draw blood. "I'm going to F***** you, London whispered into the abused ear. "Come home with me, let me explain," Severus tried to say before London threw him bodily against the pillar. His head slammed against the pillar hard, bouncing off with an alarming thunk. He shook his head slowly, trying to clear the stars from his eyes. London moved in before he could regain his stability, spreading Sev's legs and moving between them. A strong thigh pushed Sev's legs further apart and nearly off the ground. Sev grasped at the curved pillar for support, his nails scraping against the metal. "I'm going to F***** you, London repeated. "Here or at the hotel?" Severus' mind raced. He needed to get London to safety. And he needed to explain what had happened, and what was happening. And sweet Merlin, he needed to get laid. "Let's go back to our flat. Please, London. Give me a chance to explain." London grabbed a handful of the potion master's hair in his fist and yanked it back, exposing a long, pale neck. He bit down hard, marking the man. "Pick. Hotel." Severus gasped, his cock throbbing. Gods, he needed London. London grabbed Sev's shirt tightly, jerking him into a dark corner. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. "Where did they go?" Sirius shouted anxiously, forcing his way over to the corner as quickly as he could. "Did you hear anything?" The Aurors all shook their heads. "Nothing, sir." "He took Severus with him," Remus said, trying to calm his old friend. "Wherever he went, at least he has Severus there. Unless he is killing him," Kingsley said wryly. "You should see the medical report of that kid he was fighting earlier." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Look, as much as I hate Snape, even I know that London isn't likely to do any permanent damage to the man. For some unfathomable reason, he seems to actually like the bastard." Remus smiled. "That's what he calls him, you know. Bastard." Sirius snorted. "Think Snape'll be able to talk him into returning?" "If anyone can do it, he can," Remus said, still smiling. "We just may have got him back." Severus found himself in a nondescript hotel room, still enclosed tightly in London's none too forgiving grip. "London," he said softly, hoping they could talk now that they had left the club. London pushed him against the wall, his hands reaching down and changing away the potion master's clothes. Severus hissed as he felt London's jeans pressing against his bare skin. "London," he begged, uncertain if he was asking his lover to get on with it or to stop. "Shut up," London snarled, turning Severus around so quickly his head spun. Before he could even find his feet, he found his face pressed into the wall, and his legs kicked apart. The decision made for him, Severus stopped trying to distract London and instead pushed back against the hand that was already starting to stretch him. He shifted uncomfortably as London tried to force a second finger into his completely dry hole, but did not complain. London's only response was to thrust the same two fingers into Severus' mouth, his silent instruction all too clear. Severus wet them as well as he could, knowing he would be feeling this for a week to come. He nearly moaned as he felt London's naked chest against his back. London ripped his fingers away with a snarl. "Enough. This isn't for you, it's for me," he said cruelly, pushing his damp fingers back into Sev's twitching hole. Severus leaned more heavily into the wall, his pulse racing. "You'd better make this ******ing good," London muttered, pulling his hands away. Surprisingly gently hands gripped Severus' hips and he had to swallow back his smile, which didn't even lessen as he felt London forcing his way into his poorly prepared body. The smile didn't lessen even as he heard London's muttered complaints that Severus was purposely making this difficult for him. The smile didn't lessen as he felt London kick his feet further apart so that he could reach completely. Severus smiled, knowing that London would never change. One of London's large hands stroked his hip lightly, unconsciously. He bit Severus' shoulder hard enough to make Severus gasp. "*****ing bastard," he muttered, before pushing him harder into the wall. Severus smiled because, as much as London tried to be tough, he was really just a softy at heart. Changer. "Are you Anna?" Remus asked a young woman, hoping he wouldn't scare her away. "I don't sleep with old men," she said without even turning around. She sipped at her drink and slouched over the bar a bit more. Christ, she was tired. Babysitting London was hard work. The bastard better find London soon, and make up to him appropriately. She couldn't take care of this forever. She had better things to do, sort of. Really, she just wanted Sev to come to his senses, find London, and bring him to his senses. Not too much to ask. I didn't, Remus stuttered before regaining his composure. "I'm a friend of London's. And Severus, I just wanted to make sure you were okay." Anna looked at him out of the corner of his eye. "If you're not London's friend, and you're just trying to ***** with me, you know he'll kill you," she said simply. "The whole *****ing city knows I'm off limits. If you're the one asshole who somehow missed the memo, don't blame me when London castrates you." Remus held his hands out in front of him, taking a step back. "Look, I'm just trying to get to know you. Make sure you don't need a ride back to your home. Anything like that." Anna snorted. "As if I'd ever get in a car with you." Sirius stepped up behind Remus. "What are you doing?" "This is Anna," Remus said by way of introduction. "She's London's friend." Sirius pulled out a barstool next to Anna and sat down immediately. "How long have you known my godson?" "Godson?" she asked, looking over at the dark-haired man. She studied him carefully before narrowing her eyes in distrust. "Not done a very good job godfathering, have you?" Sirius sighed heavily. "I was wrongfully imprisoned when London was a baby. And when I got out, he had already been abandoned by his bastard uncle. I've been looking for him for years." Anna nodded, although it was clear that she didn't trust the man. "Where did you two go, if I might ask?" Remus asked. Anna thought for a moment before deciding that he was harmless. "Germany." "Will you tell us anything more?" "A city." No, she couldn't see the harm in them knowing, but she was put off by how eager they were for the information. There was nothing natural about that, however harmless these two seemed. "You okay, love?" Mike called out from a few yards down the bar, catching sight of the two middle-aged men chatting her up. "They know London," she said, jerking her head toward Remus and Sirius. "They know better than to do anything." "Let me know if you need anything," he replied. She turned around and looked through the crowd slowly, trying to spot London. He left with Severus, Remus explained. Anna smiled with relief. Finally. The bastard has a lot of explaining to do. Sirius smiled too. I don't envy him his position right now. I'd rather hope not, Anna said. I'd wager just about anything that Lonnie's cock is firmly up his ass right now. Sirius choked hard on the thought. Would you like us to call you a cab? Remus asked. Anna sighed. I guess I'm done here. I was just keeping an eye on London, and now that Sev has him he can deal with him. You can change me to a hotel. A decent one, but less than £50. Sirius hedged. I'm not sure we can do that. We need an actual location before we can apparate there. Lonnie does it all the bloody time. I know a decent place, Remus said. I stayed there every once in a while when you were still in Azkaban. I can take all of us there. Are you ready now? I'm beat, she said, waving goodbye to Mike and walking out the door with Remus and Sirius at her side. You'd better not be *****ing with me, she muttered. Remus and Sirius smiled at each other over her belligerence. They knew that London would be pleased with them, in the long run, that they had helped take care of his friend. They would see her safely to the hotel and then go back to Hogwarts and await a report from Severus. Hopefully, he would get London calmed down and back to the safety of the school. Changer. Severus awoke in the large bed with London lying asleep next to him. He studied his lover closely, taking in the slight changes that had occurred in their week apart. London had dark circles under his eyes, and he frowned even in his sleep, his worry and stress evident even as he should have been relaxing. He reached out slowly, and pushed London's messy hair behind his ear. London awoke with a start. His eyes narrowed when he caught sight of Severus. I must have been drunk out of my bloody mind to have brought you home, he snapped. You weren't drunk at all, Severus countered calmly. He knew with cold certainty that London had not had a drop of alcohol last night. London's eyes narrowed further. Bastard. Leave. No, Severus said. We need to talk. We're finished. Isn't that pretty *****ing clear? London said, sitting up and pulling the sheet up around his hips. What was last night? Severus asked, his lips twitching into a smile. Believe it or not, London snapped, it is very possible to have say with someone you are fighting with. It doesn't mean the fight is over. Sometimes people need to and fights just get in the way. I wasn't aware that we were fighting. London's shoulders stiffened. Well, it's just as possible to have say with someone you don't love. I've done it for years. But you do love me, Severus said with quiet confidence. What the makes you think that? London snarked back, pulling a cigarette from a beaten-up pack on the side table. Last night, London snorted. If you think that was love, old man, you are seriously deluded. I practically ed you through that wall. Without lube, I might add. You'll be limping for a week. Yes, Severus agreed, but your hands gave you away. You didn't want to hurt me. So I'm not a sadist. There's lots of people I don't want to hurt, but I wouldn't mind *****ing. Big deal. It was more than that and you know it. London rolled his eyes and focused instead on his cigarette. He hated it when Sev was right. Stupid bastard. He at least owed it to London to be wrong. Or if he insisted on being right, he should shut his goddamn mouth once in a while. Why did you leave? Didn't see why I should stay, London said simply. That's not good enough, Severus said firmly. Why did you leave? London sat in silence for a long moment. Long enough to finish one cigarette and light another one. I'm 17, he finally said. I am, unfortunately, alarmingly clear on your age, Severus replied. I'm 17, London stressed. I'm not a kid anymore. Thank Merlin for that, Severus muttered, still not seeing the point. London stared at him, mouth agape. You don't like kids. I loathe the creatures. Needy little buggers, always crying for one reason or another. Always rubbing their sticky, grubby little hands all over my clean lab. Completely incompetent, for the large part. Tiny, high voices and unending questions, horrible things. London let out a strangled noise as he tried to process this. You don't want kids. Good gods, no, Severus said with a laugh. If we ever decide that we want kids we can always adopt, but I think I should make it clear that I doubt that day will come for me. In case you haven't noticed, I do not deal well with children. You don't kids. London said bluntly as it became clear that he and Sev were in two totally separate conversations. What? No, Severus protested, feeling his stomach rise at the mere suggestion. What on earth led you to think? He paused for a moment. Oh, I see. You were only 14, and I didn't do the right thing and set you aside until you were of age. London shrugged. Can't have passed your attention that I'm topping most of the time now. And it can't have passed your attention that I like that, Severus said. The two men sat in silence for a few moments, uncertain how to proceed. So you don't like kids? London asked hopefully. Severus groaned, burying his face in his hands. Merlin, London, I realize ed up back then, but the pull I felt when we were together was impossible for me to ignore. Could you have left me, and not felt our magic pulling us back together? London cocked an eyebrow in question. You don't know, Severus muttered to himself. Nothing at all about. Severus stood and slid on his trousers, pacing the room slowly. He fought to ignore the burn as he walked. I suppose you wouldn't have, not as much as me, he muttered. I just assumed. He turned to London suddenly as he was struck by a thought. Has anyone ever explained compatible magic to you before? London shrugged. Draco mentioned it. Didn't make much sense. Severus sank back down onto the edge of the bed, gathering his thoughts for an explanation. Every witch or wizard has another person that they are highly, magically, compatible with. The tradition is slowly dying out as the Muggleborns object to the traditions, but the purebloods still participate. When a witch or wizard comes of age, they are able to find the person that they are the most compatible with, soulmates, as it were. They usually court for 6 months and then bond, whether they know each other well or not. Once the soulmate is recognized, it is impossible for the two to be separated, or even for the two to try to marry other people. London nodded his understanding. What's this to do with us? That first night, in the club, I was too drunk to recognize you for my soulmate, but immediately after we had I knew. I just knew that we couldn't be separated again. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? Severus asked dryly. London refused to respond, instead flicking his cigarette ash absently onto the carpet. Obviously not, so I just let things progress as they would. And now we have been together for so long that I am afraid that the bond between us is indivisible. I can't leave you even if I want to. London asked indignantly. You could try, but you would eventually be in so much pain that you would seek me out again. Weren't you in any pain this last week? London shrugged. I guess. Nothing too bad. I figured I had done too much drinking. It is usually more pronounced in the less dominant partner. In our case, I suppose it is evident that that is myself. You were in pain? London asked anxiously. Severus smiled at his concern. The boy could never fool him into thinking he didn't love him. Nothing I couldn't deal with. It was just a constant reminder that you were gone. Why haven't I always been the dominant one? London asked suspiciously, still trying to poke holes in the story. You were 14, Severus said, his exasperation clear. And even then, you did top at least part of the time. He was getting pretty damn tired of all this analysis of who did what to whom in bed. Things were working well, no need to analyze them to this depth. So when I got older, it changed. As you got older we were both more comfortable sinking into the roles most comfortable to us in every way. This bond is a true bond in every sense of the word. Although people typically only refer to the magical component, the bond works to match people say you ally, intellectually, spiritually and magically. Clearly, we were a perfect match or I would not have known it so quickly. London nodded, deep in thought. Draco said something about them starting this courting bit when they were 15, I think. They usually start seeking out people they believe they will be compatible with at the age of 16. A powerful witch or wizard can often recognize their match even before they come of age. It gives them an extra year to get to know their future spouse, before they must begin the highly ritualized and regulated courting process.
Are we going to do that? There is no need to. Our bond is as strong as if we had formally had a bonding ceremony. There is no need anymore to go through the rituals and formal bonding ceremony. London sat in silence for a moment, turning over the conversation slowly. Draco said some bit about only having say with this other person. The person you court seemed surprised to know we had say that first night. Severus fought a blush at the idea that his young cousin would know that he had done that. It's true, very few young witches and wizards ever even consider having say with someone before they are fully bonded. For one thing, it is usually quite uncomfortable having say with someone when you belong to someone else. It is extremely rare to even attempt it. London cocked an eyebrow. So they're all pures. Basically, yes, you weren't. When I turned 17 it became clear very quickly that I did not have a destined mate. I assumed he or she was already deceased. I knew quite well that I was unlikely to be the dominant partner in the relationship, and so I assumed that my partner would be older than me. By the time I turned 19 I gave up, and started having say. It never occurred to me that my soulmate would be 20 years younger than me and still be the dominant partner. London smirked. Full of surprises, aren't I? He said. Severus rolled his eyes. It was not an unusual decision. Other witches and wizards before me have made the same decision, and the vast majority of the time they were correct. Their destined partner had already died. Eventually, they simply paired off with someone else who had lost their partner, in an attempt to make a decent life. But living without your soulmate is difficult, at best. You never reach your full potential. London nodded again. Most of this sounded like total shite, but he supposed he could believe it for the time being. Sev clearly did. I'm still mad at you, he announced simply, with no rancor. Severus smiled and scooted in closer to London, wincing when he felt his body protest the move. He really would be feeling last night's F*** for a week. And why are you mad? He asked softly. Did you really want me to let those kids beat me up? I never said that, Severus defended himself. I merely thought you could have handled it better. And if you were remotely honesty with yourself, you know that you could have too. You were just looking for a fight. London snorted. Not a very good one, he muttered before realizing what he had said. I wasn't looking for a fight. He protested lamely. I just didn't walk away from it. Severus decided to drop it. He doubted he'd ever get London to admit that, at least partially, he had been hoping the confrontation would lead to a fight. Oh yes, he had done everything right, trying to talk them out of it, but he had merely been going through the motions. Perhaps in future when you are feeling the need for a fight, you can alert Remus or Kingsley and they can engage you in a fight, allow you to get some aggression out. What the hell am I supposed to do all day? London asked, switching the topic once again. I'm not going to be some sort of houseboy. Severus sighed. I should have arranged something much earlier, and for that I do apologize. Would you be interested in assisting Remus and Sirius for a class or two of defense against the dark arts each day? And perhaps an hour with Hagrid, to work with the magical animals that he tends to on the grounds, he suggested, knowing that physical labor like that would definitely appeal to London. And of course, I would love your help in the potions lab. The imbeciles can use all the help they can get, he added as an afterthought. I guess that's not so bad, London hedged. I hate feeling useless. And bored. And the more bored I am, the more I look for amusement. Which the old man clearly doesn't like. Not when your amusement comes from putting 4 of his students in the hospital wing for a week. London snorted. You know it was good for them, he said, leaning back in the bed and pulling Severus with him. Probably one of the best lessons the Brats ever had. He slowly worked Sev's trousers off of him. For Merlin's sake, Severus panted, already getting hard. Can we not discuss students in this bed? London smirked and bent down, taking Sev's length into his mouth. London stood on the front steps of the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, shifting his weight with a mixture of irritation and nervousness. He really didn't want to go back to Hogwarts. At the same time though, he didn't relish the idea of being separated from Sev again. He scowled at the dark door, hating his options. What he really wanted to do was talk Sev into leaving the stodgy world of Hogwarts and go with him someplace new. Italy, maybe, or Spain.
or damn near anywhere that they could both fade into anonymity together. Are you ready for this? Severus asked wryly, seeing his lover's hesitance. London shrugged. They know I'm here. Severus shook his head. No, I was unable to contact them before we left the hotel. I didn't see you try. That's because I didn't, Severus said. He really hadn't wanted to give them advance warning. He feared they would all gather together and attack London for leaving with no notice like that. The potions master was well aware that such a confrontation could just push London to leave again, only this time not to return. Severus couldn't face such an eventuality. London snorted. Let's do this, he muttered, pushing the door open. The portrait of Mrs. Black immediately started shrieking at the disturbance. What the F*** is that? London yelled to Severus. Severus rushed over to close the curtains. By the time he turned back around, they were surrounded by order members. Severus held back a sigh. He had been hoping there would be fewer people present, and a quick glance at London proved that his lover was clearly on edge, his body poised for defense. You're back, Sirius said with relief, trying to hold himself back from hugging his godson. London shrugged indifferently, still on edge from the startling entrance of so many adults. Perhaps a cup of tea would be appreciated, Albus said, ushering the order members back into the kitchen. Remus, would you mind? Remus moved to put the water on as the rest of the witches and wizards took a seat at the large table. London hovered near the doorway. Severus pushed out the seat next to him and gave London a look, indicating that he needed to take a seat. With a heavy sigh, London threw himself into the chair, his irritation quite evident. How have you been since we last spoke, London? Albus asked gently, trying not to antagonize the young man too quickly. After all, if he wanted to leave again there certainly wasn't anything to stop him. If the boy could break through the anti-apparition wards of Hogwarts and the Ministry, there wasn't a damn thing he could do to this house to prevent him from leaving it. London shrugged again, before catching Sev's eye and deciding that he should perhaps give a better answer. Fine. Remus poured tea for the group and settled into a chair across from London. You had us very worried, Albus continued. We had no idea where you went. That was the point, old man, London said simply, pouring a dash of cream into his tea, not bothering to look at the aged wizard as he spoke. Albus pushed on. There are wizards, London, who would give almost anything to see you dead. Do you remember when Severus told you about the Death Eaters? London shrugged, which seemed to be as close as Albus would get to a confirmation. The Death Eaters are active again, and they want nothing more than to bring you, dead or alive, to Lord Voldemort. If this guy is such a great king fighter, why doesn't he come get me himself? He is weak yet, from the ritual he underwent 5 years ago to regain his body. Obviously didn't work too well then, London snarked. Look, this Lord whatever doesn't seem like too big a deal. Why the hell is everyone running around in circles, scared of some shit that can't even keep hold of his own body? Perhaps there is more to it than Severus originally explained to you, Remus said gently. When we return to Hogwarts, we could go into more detail with you about everything that happened in the First War, as well as precisely where you know who and the Death Eaters stand in this war. Whatever, London said indifferently. All this to say, Albus cut in, you cannot continue to leave by yourself, and disappear for days on end. The Death Eaters could have captured you, and we would not have been able to rescue you. We had no idea where you were, we would have had no idea if you went missing. London narrowed his eyes at him. I can take care of myself. Albus started to contradict him but was thankfully cut off by Minerva. I am sure you can protect yourself, London. Perhaps a few more tests at Hogwarts could convince the others. Albus nodded at her, thanking her for handling it so diplomatically. I guess, London said reluctantly. Moody spoke up in the slight lull that followed. When did you two bond? He asked gruffly, his one eye swirling dizzyingly as it scanned the slightly changed aura that surrounded Severus in London. Severus shifted in his seat. Bonded, Sirius gasped, his breath leaving him for a moment. You bonded last night? Albus asked, uncertain how he felt about the possibility that the two were soul bonded now. No, London said, guess we've just had enough say that it finally took, he said simply. At least that's what had happened as far as he understood it. Sev's explanation this morning was a bit much to take in, so he had filtered it down to where he could get a grasp on it. The whole thing still seemed a bit far-fetched, but evidently this lot believed the same crap as Sev did. Maybe there was something to it. I'm afraid it doesn't work quite like that, London, Minerva said with a smile. You did not perform the ceremony? She asked Severus. Severus shook his head. London was partially correct. A bond had formed naturally between us while we were dating. This morning I explained the nature of the bond more fully to London. He had only a cursory knowledge of sympathetic magic before this morning, and I went into greater detail. After he acknowledged the bond on his end as well, it solidified completely. I can only assume this is the change that you can detect, he nodded toward Moody. Bonds don't form naturally unless you have been dating, and are engaged in a say-ual relationship for an extended period of time, Remus said hesitantly. Years, Sirius muttered, still looking back and forth between his godson and Snape. Severus shifted in his seat once more, clearly uncomfortable with where this was going. London simply shrugged. When exactly did you start to date London? Albus asked firmly. 3 years ago, Severus said, his mouth dry. Merlin, he had hoped they would never need to reveal that little tidbit. 3 years, Albus said, his disbelief evident. You felt it wise to enter into a say-ual relationship with a 15-year-old. 14, London said cheerfully. Albus looked disbelievingly back to Severus. An explanation, please. Severus sighed. He hardly looked 14, and he was nearly 15, at any rate. Damn, that was a weak argument. He cursed himself for not having prepared for this conversation. He had known that it would come someday, but he had been hoping to put it off for, well, forever, if possible. Did you know how young he was? Albus asked. Not at first, no. I didn't discover his age until quite a while after. I had thought him to be in his late teens, possibly early 20s. And when you did discover his age, you thought it prudent to continue the say-ual aspect of your relationship. Severus sighed, not knowing how to answer the question diplomatically. London cut in instead, sensing how uncomfortable his lover was with this line of questioning. It wasn't his choice alone to make. Off. You took the innocence of a 14-year-old boy? Arthur asked incredulously. He was hardly innocent, Severus protested. What the is he on about? London asked him. Innocent about what? You weren't a pure when we first had say asterisk, Severus explained softly. London snorted. Course not. Jesus, I hadn't been a pure for a long time. Albus, this cannot be possible, Molly argued. There is no way that a 14-year-old boy was say-ual active. It is impossible, I've never heard the like. I believe you'll find it's very possible, lady, London said with a snort. Albus cleared his throat. May I inquire how young you were when you started engaging in say-ual activity? London cocked his head to the side, clearly thinking about the question. I was about 12 when I first had say. Don't remember how old I was for the rest of it. His first time had been wonderful. One of his best friends, a mentor who was a few years older than him, had ed him for the first time. He had known that he would lose his purity soon enough anyway, and it was great getting to have such a close friend do it, and be so gentle with him. Most men would have torn the young boy to pieces. He was well aware of how lucky he had been in that. 12. Minerva gasped, unable to hold back her reaction. London shrugged. Don't see how any of this is your business. Sirius finally spoke up. Did you recognize Severus as your soulmate when you got together? London shook his head. Nope. Hadn't heard of any of this crap until Draco explained it to me a few weeks ago. Then Sev said some more this morning. Sounds a bit ed up, if you ask me. Sirius stirred his cup of tea mechanically. For you to not recognize your soulmate, your senses must have been ground down to basically nothing. You must have had say-ual intercourse with quite a few other people to have reduced your senses to such low levels. London leaned back in his chair and didn't say anything. He rather doubted that they really wanted to know the truth. I hardly see how this is any of your business, Severus snapped. We're bonded now. There is nothing that can be done whether you are pleased with our bonding or infuriated by it. What's done is done. Can you tell us how many people you have had say with? Albus asked disapprovingly. London looked at Severus for confirmation that he should answer. Severus inclined his head slightly, making it clear that the decision was up to London. He honestly didn't care who knew at this point, now that everyone knew that they had been dating since London was 14. Frankly, this couldn't get too much worse. It hardly mattered to Severus who exactly knew all of the details now. London paused for a moment, trying to do a rough calculation. He had been having say for a place to sleep when he was 12, 13 and 14. So basically 3 years. That first year, he didn't have any regular friends, so he had probably had say with about 80 or so people. Maybe more, but that sounded good. Then by the second year he had some regulars, but he spent more nights out with people as he realized what a great setup that was. So probably about 60 more. Then the third year, he had a lot of regulars. Maybe 40 new people. 180, he said, the question clear in his voice. Pardon me, Albus asked. I don't believe I heard you correctly. 180, give or take a few, London said slowly. Severus set his hand on London's thigh, offering a bit of support. He knew the reaction to that figure would not be a good one. You were a prostitute? Kingsley asked. No, London refused to elaborate on that. The table sat in dead silence for a moment, processing this bit of news. Minerva finally cleared her throat. Congratulations on your bonding, she said with a weak smile. I am thrilled that the two of you found each other, and have completed the bonding process. Severus inclined his head in appreciation. Sirius stood up and walked around the table. Congratulations, he said to London, his voice rough with emotion. He clapped Snape on the shoulder once in support, the most he could bring himself to do, under the circumstances. He pulled the reluctant boy into a brief hug before moving back to his seat. You are going to support this? Molly asked, her outrage clear. That man beeped a young boy. Even worse, Harry Potter is a virtual prostitute. Half of the city has had say with him. How can you possibly support such a thing? My godson has just completed a soul bond, Sirius snapped back. There are precious few events as important as that one in a wizard's life. Few enough of us are blessed with meeting our soulmate, much less forming a bond this solid at his age. He was well versed in the old ways, and had always held a healthy respect for the oldest of traditions. He might have thrown off the dark mantle of his family, but that did not mean he did not respect the traditions. Are you going to stand for this, Albus? Vance cut in. You had a child Beepor teaching in your school. He is the head of House of Slytherin for Merlin's sake. He has access to countless young boys at all hours of the night. Who knows how many of them he has harmed? I hardly think Severus has touched any of the students, Minerva protested. The pull toward your soulmate is nearly impossible to break, Sirius explained patiently. Snape likely was pulled toward London because he was his other half, not because he liked having say with little boys. I don't care, Arthur said. Who knows who else that man has harmed? There are wards on the castle, Arthur, Albus explained patiently, which will alert me if SAUAL activity is taking place on the grounds. I can know in an instant who is together. And you allow it to happen? Molly asked incredulously. No one on that campus should be engaging in any SAUAL activity. They are all children. Children who, in their 7th years, are possibly starting to discover their soulmates. You may not choose to partake in the old traditions, but that does not mean that other families do not, he explained reasonably. The children who are engaging in the full rites need to have that access to each other. It is hardly my place to interrupt a courtship. At any rate, Severus Snape has never been engaged in any SAUAL behavior with a student, during all of his years as a professor. That calmed down a large portion of the group immediately. He's so young though, Vector said hesitantly. That cannot have been good for him. And how can we trust that the bond is true? You heard him. He had no idea that he was bonded to Severus until Severus told him. Isn't it possible that he's under a spell? Or a forced bonding? You can't falsify the soul bond, Moody said irritably. Stupid woman. No way to trick someone into that bond. No way to force it, either. The boy was a prostitute. Molly shouted, unable to keep it in any longer. He would have bonded with anyone who could keep him off the streets. I'm sure he latched onto the first available idiot who would keep him. Severus cast a silencing spell on her. I will explain this once, madam, and then I will start cursing you each time you step out of line. London has not led the life that your precious little brood has had the opportunity to lead. Your household of privileged little peers was not a possibility for London. Nor was it something he wanted. You will stop judging the man that you have claimed for a hero and dragged across the bloody country to amuse the legion of wizards who were hungry for a good story. London has left everything that he knows to come here, as a favor for you, he sneered, looking at the rest of the table. He has left his home and his jobs. He has left his friends and his family. All to come here, as a favor to a people who have never done a damn thing for him, to serve as the guiding light in this war. If I were you, I would hold your tongue. He does not deserve your judgment. Well spoken, Albus said quietly. It is not our place to judge Severus and London's relationship. He held up a hand when he saw that Molly wanted to speak. I trust Severus. If he says that he had no idea how young London was when they began their relationship, I am quite certain that he did not know. And once the bond had started to form, it would have been virtually impossible to walk away. Severus glared at the assembled wizards who were all still openly staring between him and London. Albus sighed as he saw that the level of animosity had hardly dimmed in some quarters. You will grant them their privacy. And if any hint of any of this slips out to the press, I will be most displeased. You all should leave now, Sirius finally said to break the silence. London, Severus, would you two care to stay the night? Have one more night away from Hogwarts and then return in the morning? London looked over at Severus hesitantly, his uncertainty clear. Sev gave him a look, implying that he should give the man a chance. Another calculating study of his godfather convinced him that he could more than beat the man, if it came down to a fight. All right, he finally agreed. Sirius grinned back, thrilled that his godson was finally allowing him to get a bit closer to him. The Order members filed out of the house in a stunned silence, still unable to soak in all that had happened during the short meeting. I'll get you two settled into a room, Sirius said, leading the two men upstairs and toward one of the nicer rooms. Here you are. He pushed open a dark door that led into a dark but nicely furnished bedroom. London stepped in, leaving the two older men in the hallway. We have your support, Severus queried quietly. Sirius nodded. I'm sorry I was such a shit to you over the years, he finally said, a blush painting his cheeks. I had no idea. He paused, evidently at a loss for what to say. I'm pleased that you found him, he finally said. For both your sakes. You needed your soulmate, and he very clearly needed you. You understand what happened before we were together? Severus asked softly, not wanting London to hear. Sirius gave a sharp nod. After a brief pause he spoke again. Whatever the others say, I know that it is a big deal to have found each other. Severus nearly snorted at the idea of calling such a momentous occasion a big deal, but he refrained. He knew that this had to be hard for the mutt. Only a handful of wizards are lucky enough to find their soulmate, and few enough of them have a bond as strong as you two seem to have. You truly were blessed, and as much as I had wanted to hate you for dating my godson before I knew this, well, I have to respect the hell out of someone who could still find their other half, after all of these years. You still have found no trace of yours? Severus asked hesitantly. None. But seeing you two together has given me hope. Maybe I'll find mine yet. It's difficult living, knowing that half of you is missing. The Muggleborns do it every day. They must have found a way to cope, Severus said, speaking of the mass of non-pure-blooded witches and wizards who refused to comply with the old way, and who ignored any possibility of a perfect soulmate and magical compatibility. Their objections to the rigid courting schedule, and to the mandatory marriage or bonding ceremony that came at the 6-month mark of the courtship had caused the vast majority of the Muggleborns to refuse to partake in the traditions. It's easier, when you don't know how it could be. They never studied the traditions. They don't know what they're missing. Severus nodded his understanding. You never know. You might find her yet, he said, finding it surreal to give advice of this sort to her erstwhile enemy. Black's unwavering support during the meeting, and his obvious pleasure in their bonding was enough to forgive all of the cruel taunts that Black had ever slung at him though. Sirius smiled sadly. Maybe. Will you guys come down when you're settled in? I'd like to visit with London some, if it's okay with him. Severus nodded. We'll be down in a few minutes. He stepped toward the door before pausing for a moment, his back toward Sirius. Thank you, he said simply. Loath though I am to admit it, the headmaster is correct, Severus said with obvious exasperation. The mutt and I need to return to Hogwarts to prepare for tomorrow's lessons, if for nothing else. I should also check in on my snakes. London shrugged. I can stay here though, right? Tomorrow was more than early enough to return to the school for London. Sure, Sirius said. It shouldn't take us more than a few hours to get ready. We'll be back in time for dinner. We will return shortly, Severus said, stepping toward the fireplace. London grabbed his arm and pulled him down slightly for a deep key. See you then. Sirius and Severus stepped into the green flames and flowed away to Hogwarts, leaving London alone in the large sitting room at Grimmauld Place. With another brief glance at the fireplace, London reached into his satchel and pulled out 2 books and a small stack of parchment, setting them down on the desk. He was left alone, and he fully intended to use the time practicing for his next reading lesson. He pulled the books out hesitantly, pleased that she had changed the outside covers at least to make them look like sports books rather than reading primers. He had no idea what sort of sport was supposed to be displayed on the cover, but he figured that was the least of his worries. London flipped the first one open to the 3rd page, which was all about the letter B. A whole list of words were written on the page, all of them beginning with B, and each one accompanied by a picture of the word. He sighed and slowly made his way through the list. He hated this, but he hated not knowing how to read even more. He pulled out a piece of paper and a pencil and started copying the words over to the paper slowly, trying to form each letter correctly. B, well, that word was easy enough. He glared at the picture of the smiling bumblebee, irritated by the cheery insect. E's were easy enough. There were a few in Sev's name, so he had had some practice with those already, which was good, because the curvy letter had given him plenty of problems 3 years ago when he had asked Marion to teach it to him. Bat. B-A-T. London smirked as he carefully wrote this word out, concentrating on forming the letters correctly. He had heard the students calling Sev a great black bat when he stalked through the corridors in his dress robes, whatever Sev liked to call them. He decided to practice writing that, too. It couldn't hurt. S-E-V-E. He paused for a moment, trying to remember if the R or the U came next. He put down the U before deciding it didn't look right. Luckily, he had left a bit of space and he could slip the R in between without it being too obvious. Another S, and he was done. He smiled at the long name, pleased that he could still remember it so well. Bag. 2 letters the same as before, easy enough. He licked his lips and gripped the pencil more tightly, trying to finish the last letter. A quick glance back at the book confirmed that he had that one down right. Bike. London's mood darkened. This was stupid. When would he ever want to write to Sev about bikes? He slowly copied the 4 letters over onto the paper, although his irritation was growing by the minute. Bell. Not a very useful word, London thought with a scowl. Bird. Another waste. He would have to tell Callie to get him a book that only had the important words in it. Honestly, when would he ever use words like this? Since he had no intention of using this skill in his everyday life, there was little purpose to learning words like this. He just needed to know how to read Sev's potion books. And he had seen them, not a one had words like bell or bike. He needed good words, not this shite. Sirius tumbled through the fireplace and London slammed his book shut, sliding it over the paper. You're early, he snapped. Remus did most of the work, so I decided to come back, he said easily, sitting down next to the desk. What are you looking at? He asked, grabbing the book from atop the stack of papers. Nothing, London muttered, turning the paper over so his godfather wouldn't see his childlike handwriting. Quidditch. I love Quidditch, Sirius exclaimed, flipping the book open to look at the pictures. Give me that, London snapped, ripping the book from his hands, but not quickly enough. That was a primer, Sirius stuttered. For your letters. London scowled and set the book back onto his small stack, straightening the papers compulsively in an effort to calm himself. Sirius took a deep breath, trying to calm down and stop himself from saying anything stupid. He knew his faults well, and he was all too aware of his penchant for rushing into things and hurting people. This was his chance to begin a real relationship with his godson, and he'd be damned if he messed this up. Does Severus know? No, London bit out, his anger clear. You'd better not *****ing say anything. Don't think I won't you up just because you're my *****ing godfather, he threatened. That means nothing to me. Sirius leaned back in his seat, trying to give his godson some room. He knew that the anger was more embarrassment than actual anger at him. Part of him wished that Remus were with him, to help him know what to do. Remus always knew what to do. But at the same time, it was wonderful getting to have a moment alone with his godson, and as much as he loved his friend, he knew that it was better that it was just the two of them. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I knew you hadn't had much schooling. I'm not ashamed, London said defensively, unknowingly betraying his shame more by his denial. Sirius nodded. I didn't mean that you were, just that if you were, that would be okay. Who's teaching you now? London sat still for a moment before deciding Sirius was unlikely to reveal his secret to Sev. Callie godson. Sirius nodded. Callie would be good, he agreed. He paused for a moment, knowing he needed to word this right or else he could ruin the still shaky accord that had developed between them. I could help, you know. I'm right at Hogwarts with you. We could meet up a lot more often, without anyone getting suspicious. London paused for a moment, biting back his instinctual refusal of the proposal. Maybe this could work out better. He had only had the one lesson with Callie, and he could already tell it would be difficult to meet up with her regularly without avoiding suspicion. The wizards would all be thrilled if he started going out with his godfather a few times a week, asking for privacy. They would assume the two men were bonding, and would leave them alone. You won't tell. No, that's up to you, if you ever want to tell anyone. You're sure Severus doesn't know? He asked, uncertain if someone could keep a secret like that for so long. London nodded. Pretty sure. He's never said anything about it. And if he knew, I'm sure he would have said or done something. Why did you decide to learn now? Sirius asked, curious as to why it had taken so long for London to feel the desire to learn such a basic skill. London shrugged and leaned back in his seat, a bit more of the tension leaving him. Sev's pretty bookish. I figured he'd notice it sooner or later, now that we're at a school. How did you hide it before? Snape has published a number of articles in the past few years, didn't he want to discuss them with you? And I know you've worked on potions before, surely you needed the book for that. Yes, I told him I wanted to take my time with his articles, and then Anna read them out for me. And when we worked on potions, I told him I remembered it better if he just talked me through it. And we work well together like that, so he never tried to change that. And now you've decided to learn for yourself. Yeah, and I figured I might need a bit of reading later on, if Sev gets rid of me. I can hardly go back to the way things were before. Sirius started at that. Snape can't get rid of you. You're soul bonded. You can never be separated again. I guess. Why can't you go back to how things were before? Sirius asked gently. Look at me, London snarled. Would you take a boy home who looks like this? Sirius studied London closely. He was right. He not only dressed like a thug but he was also a large, well-muscled young man, likely far stronger than most of the men who would be interested in him. Few men would be brave enough to bring someone like him into their home for a quick lay. All right, so we'll make sure you can read well. Not that you'll need it. Mind, like I said, Snape can't ever leave you. Not to mention the fact that your parents left you millions so you won't ever actually need to work. But you might want a job at some point, and reading will certainly help. London nodded, strangely pleased that the man hadn't tried to belittle his concerns. Sure, Sev and Sirius had both told him that he was bound to the potions master for life, but he didn't trust promises like that. He was all too aware that the rug could be pulled out from under him at any moment, and he needed to have a backup plan. He had grown so much since he was 14 and sleeping around for dinner and shelter that he doubted he could survive on that anymore. Simply put, he was too big, too tall and too old for that to work anymore. "Can I see where you are?" Sirius asked, wanting to get an idea for how hard this was going to be. "Page 3, London said. "I know all of the letters in there, but I can't put them all together to make words too well. Callie called it something. Dyslexia, I think." "Dyslexia," Sirius corrected him. "Okay, we can work with that. And writing." London paused for a moment before handing over his paper to Sirius, his shame evident. Sirius studied the paper in silence, wanting to make sure his response didn't put the boy off. "Not too bad," he said, his eyes scanning over the large, shaky letters. "Most of these are spelled right, which is a good start." He hid his smirk when he saw a messy Severus written in next to Bat. Looks like Snape couldn't escape the nickname James had come up with back in their 3rd year. "I copied from the book. Callie said it would help me with reading and writing." "It will," Sirius reassured him. "But for someone with dyslexia, even that can be very difficult." "You're doing well, London. We have a good foundation to start with. Can you get me a book that has better words in it?" "This one is useless." "What do you mean?" "I don't need to know all these words, just the ones for Sev's articles and those books. We can skip the rest." "I'm afraid that probably isn't a good idea," Sirius said slowly. "You need a strong foundation in before you can learn the more difficult words. And if I know Snape, he uses plenty of 10 galleon words in his articles." At London's obvious confusion he explained. "He uses big words, and obscure words. To get to where you can read his articles with at least a bit of ease, you'll need to start at the beginning." "I'm sorry. I know it must be frustrating. It's a pity the Muggles weren't able to help you more." London shrugged, still uncomfortable talking about this. "It's not my fault," he said finally. "They wouldn't let me go to school much, and when I did go the teachers wouldn't help me. And then I stopped going at all when I moved to the city. Not much call to read when you're on the streets." Sirius fought down his blind fury for the stupid Muggles who had abused his godson and harmed him so irrevocably. And on top of the disgusting Muggle relatives, to be so ignored and belittled by the Muggle teachers who should have been looking out for him, it was inconceivable. He understood full well why Death Eaters existed, when he saw Muggles like this. He calmed himself as quickly as possible. "I'm sure there isn't much need to read on the streets," Sirius agreed amiably. "And it is unfortunate that they couldn't diagnose your reading disability earlier, and help you move past it. But it doesn't matter. We're starting with it now." "You won't tell Sev?" London asked again, uncertain about this new development. "No," Sirius confirmed. The flow activated and Severus stepped out of the fireplace and into the sitting room. "Finished early, Black?" he asked dryly. He knew the mutt tried to do as little work as possible, and his friend picked up most of the slack. Sirius shrugged. "Just talking Quidditch with my godson," he said with a smile. "We need to go to a professional game sometime soon." Severus rolled his eyes but didn't object. He was pleased to note that his lover was sitting near Black and seemed to be surprisingly comfortable. Typically London was so on edge near his godfather that it made the whole room feel tense. Clearly, their little chat about Quidditch had done some good. Like father, like son, Severus supposed when it came to sports. "Are you ready for dinner?" Sirius asked. "I was thinking we could go out to this great little restaurant nearby in Muggle London." London heaved the last shovel full of dirty straw and manure into the heaping wheelbarrow. It had been a long day, helping the half-giant outside with the care and upkeep of the grounds and animals, but London found himself enjoying the hard labor. While he had never mucked out stalls before, he was certainly more accustomed to this sort of labor than he was to the other alternative to fill his time, testing. On days when he wasn't working with Hagrid, the old man had insisted that he dedicate at least 3 hours a day to submitting to every unbearable test he could think of. It was getting to where London would gladly embrace mucking out stalls overseeing the inside of the castle, any day. Many of the tests were similar in style to the test he had undergone that first week. Professors told him to do something, and he did it. Or else one of the Aurors would come in to fight him, and he would kick their ass. Not too difficult. It was actually kind of fun, at least when they let him go all out. They kept putting more and more restrictions on him which severely limited his fun. No knives. No dismemberment curses. No breaking bones. No punches to the face. Honestly, what was a good fight without at least one of those? The truly repulsive part of his testing though had arrived this week, with Dumbledore's announcement that he had granted the Doctor Witch permission to poke and prod at him so she could figure out why his magic was different. If London hated anything, it was doctors. He had survived the last 17 years without ever seeing one, and he saw no reason to start doing so now, particularly when he wasn't even injured. And so he found himself outside more often than not, attempting to escape the crazy doctor and her insane spells. Of course, if he would actually allow the spells to work as they were supposed to, she might leave him alone. He couldn't stand the idea of someone sending a spell at him that could tell his whole medical history, or could analyze his body like that. So he twisted every single spell she sent toward him to merely come back, inconclusive. And her frustration was growing more and more evident, and she sought more and more obscure spells to try to use on him. He figured she would give up, sooner or later. London pushed the pitchfork into the ground outside the barn and brushed his hands off on his dirty jeans. Leaning against the wall he drew out a cigarette, eager for his smoke break. London. London turned impassively toward the voice, unwilling to show that he was startled. No one had ever approached him before when he was working, and he had rather assumed that no one ever would. When he caught sight of Minerva making her way toward him, he greeted her with a blinding smile. "Yes, Minnie." Minerva stepped delicately around the heaping wheelbarrow and moved in closer to London. "How are you enjoying working with Hagrid? He certainly seems to like having you around." "Pretty good," London said with a shrug. "Better than being in there." Minerva smiled. She was well aware of his ongoing battle with Poppy. "I imagine it would be. Has it occurred to you that you could simply ask the woman to desist? If she knew you objected to the scans, she would stop immediately. I believe she is under the impression that Dumbledore asked your permission as well, before granting her permission to perform medical spells on you." "Bastard," London muttered, flicking his cigarette irritably. It was just like the nosy old man to presume that he would agree to such a thing, without even speaking to him. "You seem to be settling in better," Minerva observed, noticing how much more at ease he was out here working with Hagrid than he had been that first week or two before he ran away. "Sev's got me a few jobs now. It's not so bad. And how are you liking working with Hagrid?" "He's okay," London said. "He's easier to understand than the lot in there," he said, jerking his head toward the castle. Minerva nodded. She could see how he would feel that way. Hagrid was nothing if he was not a straightforward, no-nonsense sort of fellow. It was only logical that London would cling to that rather than the games that were being played inside the castle. Even if he was someone who enjoyed the political machinations that ran rampant in their ministry, he still needed a break from such intrigues. "I'm sure he appreciates the help. I'm afraid he has been dreadfully overworked for too long." London shrugged and lit a second fag off the end of his first. Minerva pulled her cloak around her shoulders more tightly. Winter was coming quickly, and she rather wished she was inside with a nice cuppa. "I came out here to ask a favor of you." London cocked an eyebrow at this news, uncertain what to expect. No one in the wizarding world had asked him a favor before. Apart from Hagrid, they usually just tried to tell him what to do, and expected him to do it. Not that he obeyed their suggestions, anyway, but it was still irritating. "Would you sit in on my 7th-year Transfiguration classes for the next few weeks? I am giving them an introduction to wandless magic, and I believe it will be useful for them to see someone as adept at wandless magic as you are." "I thought you lot couldn't use wandless magic." London still couldn't get over their amazement at the simple act of changing things. To him, it was like being surprised that someone could breathe. It was so mundane and utterly mindless for him, he couldn't help but be shocked speechless on occasion when he saw their amazement. Sev had never betrayed much surprise at what he could do, so he had always figured that it was relatively normal. Bastard should have prepared him for this, he thought with a fond smile. "Most of us cannot use it routinely, but I believe that all witches and wizards have the potential to use it. Then why don't they? They don't believe that they can. My hope is that seeing you use it so effortlessly will convince them otherwise. Likely to work better with the ones like me than the ones like Sev. Pure wizards, I think. Purebloods. And you may have something, she said, thinking it over. The Muggleborns will likely not have their convictions as deeply ingrained as those who grew up believing in such limitations. Do you really want everyone to be able to use it though? Talking to Sev, he nearly has me convinced that it would be a bad thing, having little kids with the ability to make things happen at a mere thought. Some pretty ed up things could happen if they weren't careful. You were able to, and there were no major disasters, Minerva argued. Takes discipline that I doubt they have. You have to be able to separate your thoughts from your thought actions. Thought actions, she echoed, her confusion evident. Yeah, you know, thoughts that you then make into fact. Like thinking, I wish it was warmer, and then, it is. You need to be able to separate that method of thinking from, I wish that guy would off and die. Unless you really want him to, that is. You see the difference? Minerva nodded. How would you go about teaching that? Beats me. What do you usually teach during this time? We spend a few days going over the history of wandless magic, and then we review some of the more well-known theories about wandless magic. Do they ever try it? I'm sure they do in their common rooms, but not in the classroom. I never had reason to believe that any of them could ever achieve it, except in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Seeing you during these past few weeks though, has changed my mind. I now believe it is not only possible but probable that they all have the innate ability, whether they ever learn to tap into it or not. You might be more powerful than these kids, but I am convinced that the possibility exists in them as much as it did in you. London stubbed out his cigarette on the bottom of his boot. Say you're right. What do you want me to do in this class? For now, I just want you to come and do a demonstration. Maybe sit in on the theory discussions, so you can give your own experience. I doubt any of the students will ever become anything near adept at wandless magic. Frankly, I doubt any of them will even be able to achieve a single wandless spell. But I want to give it a try, teaching them wandless magic as fact, rather than as myth. London looked out over the lake, his eyes watching the setting sun for a few moments. It would mean entering a classroom, something that he had never thought he would do, aside from his occasional visit with Sev while he was teaching. It would mean submitting to a much more rigid schedule, at least a few days a week. It would mean being near the students on a much more regular basis, the students who, as a whole, annoyed the piss out of him. As Draco in your class? He is. London paused for a brief moment. Draco was kind of all right. A bit prissy, but what could you expect from someone who grew up with a silver spoon shoved up his ass? On the other hand, he was the only one of Sev's relatives that he had been introduced to. That had to count for something. All right. Minerva smiled broadly at him. The first class is tomorrow at 11. In the morning, London clarified. Minerva started at his question, not expecting him to need clarification. Yes, London, in the morning. The students are not allowed out of their beds after 9:30 in the evening. Seriously, Minerva could not hide her smile at his incredulity. Seriously, we need a few hours away from the little blighters, she said with a smirk. London walked away, muttering his thoughts on that bit of news, and leaving her alone outside the large barn. Have you seen London? The voice startled Minerva, and she jumped slightly. She turned with a smile to Severus, who she was quite certain had never even seen the barn before his young lover had come to live at Hogwarts. I have. He just went that way, she said, pointing to the left. What are you doing out here? Severus asked, unable to quell his curiosity. Recruiting London for my wandless magic classes. Severus cocked an eyebrow. He agreed to sit in on your classes and participate in discussions. Minerva could tell her friend was floored, although his face didn't reveal his shock. I see. Very good, he said lamely, unable to formulate his thoughts properly. And why have you come out to the barns? Did you miss a certain young man? Severus rolled his eyes. Honestly, woman, can a man not simply go for a walk unbeaked? Minerva snickered. I'm sure he will enjoy a break. London rolled over, pinning Sev's slim body beneath his leg. This was his favorite time of the day, the hour before waking for Sev, but after sleeping for him. Grown accustomed to sunlight waking him while in the city, he still arose very early, even if there was no sunlight to reach him down here in the dungeons at Hogwarts. And contrary to what all of the students believed, Severus Snape loved his sleep. The man could sleep like a rock and wouldn't begin to stir until his alarm went off. And so London was left every day with at least 30 minutes of undisturbed time to let his mind wander, to contemplate Sev, to make plans for the day, to worry about his friends. The list was unending. But today, his mind was definitely focused on the slender potions master he currently had pinned to the bed. London reached out and brushed Sev's limp hair from his face. That was another thing to get used to. During the school year, Sev had a much harder time keeping his hair in a remotely appealing condition. It didn't bother London though, as all of the most important bits hadn't changed. His cock was still thick, his ass was still tight, and his tongue could still do the most wicked things imaginable. Severus, eyes fluttered open at the movement. What time is it? He asked groggily, unwilling to wake up yet. You have another 30 minutes. Severus closed his eyes again and burrowed further into London's warmth, not bothering to acknowledge the response. Left once again to his own thoughts, London wrapped his arm around Sev's slim shoulders, and tried to organize his racing mind, as his thoughts turned from his lover and instead focused on the day before him. Today was his first day in the classroom. He still wasn't entirely certain why he had agreed to work with Minnie to teach the students about wandless magic. His reading lessons with Sirius had been progressing well, but not well enough for him to look at even a children's storybook without breaking into a cold sweat, much less a student's school book. They had just finished his first primer, and now they were reviewing all of the words he had learned. In his first review yesterday, London refused to call it a test. He had missed almost half of them. Not too good, although Sirius had remained undiscouraged. He was going to try again today after Minnie's class, and he hoped to get at least 10 more right. But that brought him right back to where he had begun, Minnie's class. Since his first week or so here, the students had largely kept a wide berth around him. It likely had something to do with his handling of a few of their classmates when they decided to challenge him to a fight. London certainly didn't miss their presence, as he much preferred fearful submission over their annoying questions. But now he was going to be mingling with them, on a semi-long-term basis. 3 weeks of seeing the ones that were his age, every single day. Much as he wished he could pretend otherwise, London was nervous. These kids were a complete unknown to him. They were all posh, to a level that London had never even really imagined possible. They were all spoiled. They were naive to the point of lunacy. He still couldn't get over the fact that they were all pures. And worst of all, they were all smarter than him. None of them had problems reading and writing. He had seen them in Sev's class, scribbling down notes with a mindless ease that made him sick with envy. And now he was going to be forced to watch this every day. For 3 weeks. You're thinking too hard, Sev murmured sleepily, as London's grip on him tightened enough to rouse him again. Sorry, London muttered, immediately loosening his hold. Are you worried about Minerva's class today? Severus said, fighting to wake up. London shrugged. Sev was too observant for his own good. You'll do fine. Just remember, you can do something that none of them can even dream of doing. Even if you mess something up, they couldn't possibly know it. I don't think they like me, London muttered, almost embarrassed to think it, let alone say it. Severus sighed, and reached up to stroke his lover's clenched jaw. It's too early in the morning to worry about whether a pack of kids likes you or not. They don't really know you. You'll get along fine once you know them better, if that is your goal. I guess. Let's get up and get some breakfast. You'll feel better then. London's hand slid down to grip Sev's semi-erect cock. I'll feel better once I'm buried inside you. He added a few rough strokes to prove his point. Don't blame me if you are late to class, Severus said with a smirk, reaching over to the nightstand and grabbing the lube that he had specially brewed. Without another word, he handed it over to London and rolled over on his stomach. Jesus, you're beautiful, London murmured, finally ready to set aside his worries and focus on the tight ass in front of him.
Changer, 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 changer. London approached the door to Minnie's classroom slowly. He knew he was late, and he wasn't entirely certain what would happen to him because of it. Would he be sent home? Made to sit up in the corner? How did this work when you weren't a student and you weren't a teacher? He couldn't really remember what things had been like when he had attended school, apart from fear and humiliation. Surely she wouldn't yell at him in front of them, or tell him to just leave. F***. 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 Begin our section on wandless magic. Minerva's steady voice floated out into the hallway. F***. She had already started. London clenched and loosened his fists reflexively in an attempt to calm down. With a start, he realized that his palms were sweaty, and he wiped them off on his cargo pants. F***. Ing school. He'd be damned if he let it get him worked up like this. He could do this. He stepped inside the doorway and leaned idly against the door frame. 22 sets of eyes turned to him. I see you could make it after all, Minerva said with a smile. I was worried your other duties might call your attention from our class. London breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she wasn't mad, and didn't intend to humiliate him in front of the students. That alone made her different from his previous teachers, who seemed to look for any reason possible to put him down. Where do you want me? He asked her, ignoring the students who were staring at him in fascination. Why don't you go sit at my desk and we'll get started? With a shrug, London pushed off the door and moved over to sit at her large, ornate desk at the front of the classroom. A bit of rearrangement and he could rest his feet on the top of the desk. He decided to sit back, relax and enjoy the first class he had ever sat in on apart from Sev's. And since those had been a blatant attempt to get into Sev's pants, they probably didn't count as educational experiences. Minerva resumed her lecture, turning once more to the class. As I explained to you during our last class, we are beginning a 3-week section on wandless magic today. Your first assignments focused on 2 theorists from the last century. Although they were not the first theorists to attack the puzzle of wandless magic, they were certainly some of the more influential writers in recent history. Can anyone describe Bertram's theory on wandless magic? Half a dozen hands waved in the air, eager to answer the question. London barely held in a snort. Miss Parkinson. Bertram posits that wandless magic occurs when the caster has bonded so closely with his or her wand that it has become an extension of their person. Thus, even though they are not holding the wand, and even though they are not directly channeling their magic through the wand, it is still an important part of casting wandless magic. Precisely. The ephemeral connection between a wizard and the magical artifact that makes connection to his magical core possible. It is something that, like wandless magic, has never been fully understood. And what about Donnelly's theory? She said, asking of the other theory that the students had read the night before. Again, a flurry of hands were waving in the air, eager to answer the question. It was completely surreal to London. Miss Granger. According to Donnelly, wandless ability has nothing to do with the wand, and everything to do with the purity of the caster. If the witch or wizard in question is completely and utterly pure, she said with a blush, thinking of all the ways in which the witch or wizard had to remain pure, they have a greater ability to cast wandlessly. And what do you think of these theories, London? Minerva said, turning to face him. London swung his feet to the floor, startled to be addressed directly. He took a moment to collect himself. They're both shite. Minerva stifled a smile. Could you elaborate please? Wandless magic doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with wands. Minerva cleared her throat at his second slip in the language department. He nodded his apology and continued, making a greater effort to clean it up. If you had to have a wand first, I wouldn't have been capable of doing any magic until I was 15. And not really then, either, since that was just the first time I held a wand. I still don't have one of my own. A restless murmur went through the class at this news. They had all been aware that he had never been seen with a wand, but they all had assumed that he had it secreted on his person somewhere. Perhaps in a holster on his forearm. Or maybe strapped to his thigh. But he had to have one somewhere. He was the boy who lived. There was no way Dumbledore would allow him to walk around magical society without a wand. And what do you think of Donnelly's theory about purity? What kind of purity does he mean?
London asked, seeking clarification before responding. In his experience, purity could mean a great deal of things. Absolute purity. First and foremost, the caster must be of as pure of blood as possible, meaning that they have a minimal amount of Muggle blood. And then, once that requirement is satisfied, the witch or wizard must dedicate their lives to maintaining purity in every sense of the word. They must cast only light spells, meaning that they can never cast any of the darker, more dangerous spells. They must cast spells only with the intent of doing good. Casting any spell with the intent to harm will strip them of at least some of their ability to cast wandlessly. And above all, they must remain physically pure. They must remain pure. London did snort at that. What complete bullsh. He cut himself off, remembering her request at dinner the night before to try to rein in his swearing, at least in front of the class. That is clearly not accurate either. I'm not any of those things, and I can do more wandless magic than anyone else here, far as I know. And can't Voldemort do some wandless magic? I somehow doubt that he can fall into any of those categories. But you're Harry Potter, one of the students objected. The embodiment of light magic. If you aren't pure, then who is? Why the hell would you assume that I practice any specific sort of magic? How can you possibly assume that I would fit into that man's description of purity? I can tell you right now, I don't. I don't fit a single goddamn bit of that description. You're the boy who lived. Another student argued. Wasn't it the purity of your magic that killed you know who when he attempted to taint it with the killing curse? The boy who lived must be pure enough to qualify. Everyone knows that Harry Potter is light. I've never been that Harry Potter, London snapped. I've never been the kid you lot think you know. And there is no way in hell I can qualify for purity going by Minerva's description. I don't meet a single *****ing bit of that. He shot a belated apologetic look at Minerva for his use of profanity. What I'm trying to say is, if purity was all that mattered, don't you think you guys would have been doing wandless magic every day when you were tiny? When you were 4 or 5 years old? A sea of faces blinked up at him, unable to argue the point. How would you characterize the ability to use wandless magic? Minerva said, trying to bring the class back to a useful discussion. London shrugged, setting his elbows on the desktop and resting his chin on his hand. Hard to say. Clearly, to do very much you have to have a certain level of magical power. But I'd say more important than that, is the ability to organize your mind. To segment it and compartmentalize it and organize it, so you can always retain absolute control over your thought and actions. After that, it's pretty easy to identify the strand of yourself that controls magic, and to tap into that without a thought. Can you show us some wandless magic? One of the students asked eagerly. Are you ready for that, Minerva? He asked, using her full name as Sev had advised him to do. Minerva smiled, pleased that he had made that small concession, even though she hadn't requested it. Certainly, we can continue our theoretical discussion after the students have had a demonstration. London stood up and pushed his long sleeves up almost until they met the short sleeves of the t-shirt he had layered this morning. What do you want me to do? Can you open a window? A student asked. London raised his hand and all 10 windows in the classroom shot up as wide as they could open. His nerves were showing. London swallowed hard to calm down, but it seemed that the students hadn't noticed anything amiss. The students shivered as the bitterly cold wind blew into their classroom. He lowered his hand slowly and the windows closed more gently than the force he had used to open them. Can you make it warmer in here? A raised eyebrow was all the response they received for that one, but the room instantly warmed by about 5 degrees. Can you accio something? London looked to Minerva for clarification. He knew he had heard that word before, but frankly he had no memory of what it meant. Call one of the students' books to you. London reached out his hand and called one of the students' textbooks to his hand. With a toss, the book disappeared from his hand and reappeared on the desk again. A gasp was all the response he received from that. Can you transfigure things too? A quick look at Minerva. Change the appearance of something. London waved his hand over his chest and changed his t-shirt from black to a faded red, and the long-sleeved t-shirt from gray to black. How can you possibly do these things without a wand? One of the girls asked, clearly disbelieving his ability. I don't know.
How can you do the things that you do with a wand? To regular people, that is probably even more unbelievable than what I do. After all, you're the one who waves around a little stick. Do you think any specific words when you do that? Someone asked. No, I mainly think about the outcome I want. But sometimes I don't even need to consciously do that. Little things like making a room warmer, or drying my clothes happen without a thought now. The students paused for a moment, all understanding precisely why these sort of spells came so naturally to the young man who had lived most of his life on the streets. Can you do anything that we can't do? Draco asked eagerly, ending the unnatural silence. Are there some spells that can only be achieved wandlessly? Yeah, I think so. There's a few things that have certainly surprised Sev. Like what? The class asked eagerly. London thought for a moment, before stepping forward into the class. There's a lot of things that I can do more easily without a wand than you guys can do with your wand, he said, pacing through the classroom. If nothing else, I don't have to be bothered to learn the words that you all do, like we were talking about before. There is a limited number of spells that the average person can learn before you have to discard some of the old ones to make way for the new ones. You can't just keep adding to your list of spells indefinitely, something has to give. But for me, I can do damn near anything I want, and once I've done it once, I can remember how to do it always. This is one of my favorites, he said, walking behind Draco. One hand shot R and stroked gently down the sleeve of the boy's robes, dissolving the fabric at his touch. The class gasped. What did you do with it? I just changed it away for a bit. But where did it go? Is it gone forever? Another boy asked, not giving London time to answer the first question. It's just not here. I broke down the pieces of the robe into nearly invisible energy. It is basically hovering around, waiting to be reassembled. And yes, I can call it back, he said, moving toward the front desk again. A wave of his hand had the black robe hanging from his fist. You should have seen Sev's face the first time I did that, he said with a fond smile, remembering when he had changed all of Sev's clothes from his body in mid-apparition. A wave of giggles passed through the classroom, apart from the Slytherins who merely smirked. Although they were a classroom of peers, most of whom had never even key-ed someone before, they were quite aware of what their potions master must have been doing with London when London made his clothes disappear. Minerva tapped her wand on the podium to regain silence. Do you have any more requests for London today? Is wandless magic stronger than magic with a wand? I don't really know, London said pensively. It's certainly harder to undo than your kind of magic. Or maybe it isn't really harder, there just isn't anyone around here who can undo it. I can do plenty of things that no one can undo. And I know that a lot of my spells are difficult or impossible to block. Why? Well, part of the problem with your kind of magic is all very strictly regulated. A spell is designed to do a specific thing and only that thing. You aren't taught how to twist an existing spell so it does exactly what you want it to do. A spell does what it does and that's that. But with me, I can get my magic to do whatever I want it to do. That means that if I can recognize what kind of shield my opponent has up, I can simply twist my spell to slip past the shield. And I can combine the effect of many spells into a single spell. When I lived on the streets, I had this great spell that was basically a shower, shave, and brushing my teeth and hair all in a single moment. Sev said that it would take most of you guys like 4 or 5 spells to do that. Minerva looked at the clock that hung at the back of the classroom. I am afraid that class is drawing to a close. London will hopefully be able to return to our next class and help us continue to discuss the theories that we read. For next class, you should read the Linos and the Ceresium theories. And no, London will not continue to debunk all of these theories like the 2 today. Each one of these witches and wizards has come up with fascinating ways to explain the unexplainable. And at this point in time, there is no right or wrong theory. For London, the 2 theories we discussed today clearly did not apply. But that does not mean that they might not apply to you or to someone else. So we will continue with our reading list as scheduled. She smiled at their groans, and dismissed them. Draco made his way up to the front of the classroom to collect his robe. I didn't know you could do things like that, he said, accepting his robe back from London and pulling it back on.
London shrugged. Ing headmaster makes me do tests every day so he can figure out how I can do it. Draco smiled. I bet. What are you doing tonight? Same as always, I guess. Why don't you come down to the common room and hang out with some of us tonight? London paused for a moment. He couldn't explain it, but ever since he had officially bonded with Severus he hated being apart from him. He could make it through the day, but more so because he had to than because he wanted to. How about you guys come to our rooms instead? Will Severus be alright with that? Draco said doubtfully. Probably. We did some sort of weird bonding thing and so we like to be together in the evening. You bonded? Draco whispered incredulously, looking over at his Transfiguration professor nervously. Her lips quirked up in a half-smile but she otherwise ignored their conversation in favor of organizing her notes for her next class. London shrugged and smiled. Looks like it. You invited students, here? Severus asked incredulously. To our rooms, he clarified, evidently completely unable to fathom the possibility. London shrugged his shoulders. Draco wanted me to go hang out in their rooms, but it didn't feel right, leaving. That stopped the impending tirade short. He was right, that would not have worked. I suppose you have a point, Severus said reluctantly. But I have never had any students but Draco in here, and I only allowed him to visit occasionally because he is family and largely tolerable. Did he say who he was bringing with him? No, I didn't think to ask. I bet that girlfriend of his and maybe another friend or two. I didn't think you'd care this much. A knock at the door cut off any response Severus might have made to that. A quick check of their wards revealed Draco, Pansy, Blaze and Millie standing in the dungeon hallway. Of the possible Slytherin students who could have showed up in his rooms, Severus considered them to be the most tolerable. He had known all of them since they were babies, and he mingled regularly with their parents and family members at the few pure blood events that he was invited to that he was unable to decline. With a deep sigh, he spelled the door open, but did not move closer to greet them. Good evening, Severus, Draco greeted his taciturn cousin, not even remotely put off by the chilly reception. Thank you for inviting us into your home. Severus raised an eyebrow but did not respond. The students ignored their professor's response or lack thereof and stepped further into the room. A quick smile from London assured them that their presence was still welcome, in spite of their professor's lack of enthusiasm. The four students each brought out small boxes and presented them to the potions master, uncertain of whom they should be presenting their gifts to. In celebration of your bonding, Draco murmured, bowing low in respect. May the gods protect you and bless you in your long days to come. Severus was taken aback. While a few of the order members had found it within themselves to congratulate the two of them on their bonding, no one had given a proper bonding gift, as required by all pureblood traditions. Minerva's parents had eschewed the pureblood traditions, and had never taught their children the old ways. Sirius Black had spent so much time trying to escape the rituals and traditions that made up pureblood culture, that he likely had forgotten the proper greetings, although he had been unable to forget the importance of bonding. Severus swallowed thickly as he took in the sight of his cousin, bowing low before him with the Malfoy gift. Severus frankly had never thought he would go through this particular short ceremony, as he had never thought that he would either find his mate, or, if he did, that he would have anyone who cared enough to congratulate him properly. He suddenly noticed London standing at his side, as London's strong arm wrapped around his slim waist. The boy must have been able to feel his conflicting emotions. The bond really was growing stronger by the day. Severus reached out and accepted the first gift from Draco, his hands closing gently around the small box. May your happiness one day equal my own, he said in reply, before handing the gift to London and taking the other 3 gifts from his other students and passing them on as well, his motions making it clear that London was the dominant in their relationship. He motioned the group further into the room, and waited for them to all take a seat before sitting down in his favorite armchair. London sat on the floor by his feet, leaning against his legs. I was not aware that you had planned a bonding ceremony, Draco said politely, surprised that he had not been invited. He knew that his cousin was a private man, but he had at least assumed that family would have been welcome at the bonding. My lady mother was most upset to have missed it. This bonding would change his family's political stance of necessity, and they were all rather shocked to have not even been invited to the momentous occasion. "We didn't have one," London said cheerfully, his hands already starting to unfasten the ties on the gift. If there was one thing that London loved, it was presents. Draco nodded, unsurprised. Given the little that he knew about his cousin and London, he wasn't terribly surprised to hear that. He had been expecting it sooner or later. "It is rumored the strongest bonds are formed in that manner," Blaze said smoothly. "Did not the great Salazar Slytherin bond with his wife without following the traditional ceremonies?" "It is a blessing to have found each other," Pansy said, her heartfelt congratulations evident. "Our people seem to have a more difficult time each year." Severus nodded. The girl was correct. The number of purebloods who followed the old ways and had been able to find their perfect match seemed to dwindle further each year. In his own year at Hogwarts, there were 11 students who practiced the old ways. Only 5 had found their mates. He was now the 6th. He reached out and stroked London's messy hair for a moment, reflecting on how lucky he was to have found him. "The students in your year seem to be luckier than most," Severus said. "I am eager to discover the results of your comings of age." Likely matches had sprung up throughout Hogwarts, particularly among the Slytherins, who were more likely to practice the traditional mating ceremonies. Unfortunately, it was all too common for a young witch or wizard to think that they have found their match and then, upon coming of age, realize that they were mistaken. Until that day, when you would come fully into your magic and your full magical awareness, it was really just guesswork. But this year there were more pairings than usual, and Severus could only pray that this was a good sign. London managed to get the box open, his large hands easily dwarfing the small present. He pulled out a black stone and held it in his palm for a moment. His brow wrinkled as he tried to puzzle out what the stone was. Magic was thrumming from the center of the stone with a strength that even a squib could sense. "This heals?" he asked, looking up to Draco in question. "Yes, it is runic magic. Families place these in their children's bedrooms, or their own," he said hastily as he realized his cousin might very well have no desire for children when they are ill. "They promote a quicker, more thorough healing. It can be used for any ailment, from a broken bone to pneumonia to curses. It won't work instantly, and the effects will be blunted without the proper potions and medi-magic, but it will work nonetheless. It is best to use it in conjunction with proper healing techniques. The stone magnifies the healing effects of traditional spells. The Malfoy family blesses you with good health," he finished formally. This was the traditional gift that the Malfoy family would give to young bonded couples, which he was certain his cousin had been expecting. He was also certain that the gift from the Parkinson family would be a wisdom rune, which promotes clear thinking and fast learning. "Cool," London said, tossing the stone in the air and catching it again. He handed it up to Severus. Before he could move on to the next gift though, the auras in the room shifted almost violently. The group as one jumped as 2 people blinked into sight in front of them. A young man was fighting violently with an even younger girl. One of his dirty hands fought to pin both of hers above her head, while the other tore at her trousers, trying to force the button open. His thighs pinned her own to the floor, forcing her legs open. A strangled scream slipped out of the girl's throat. Before the wizards could speak, or stand up, or shoot off a single spell to separate the intruders, London leapt forward, and in a single, fluid motion he gripped the boy's hair, pulled his head back as far as it could go, and plunged his dagger into the boy's exposed throat up to the hilt. A simple flick of the wrist drew the dagger from left to right, opening the boy's throat from end to end. Blood gushed out from the gaping throat, the slash so deep that it had nearly decapitated the boy. None of the wizards could find breath to utter a sound. "Lonnie," the girl called out, her voice thin and shaking. She made no move to avoid the blood that was spilling on her thighs and stomach. "Sorry, Anna," he murmured, releasing his hold on the boy's hair and dropping the body to the floor with a stomach-twisting thunk. "I should have turned him away from you first. No need to ruin perfectly good clothes with a bit of blood." The Hogwarts students swallowed thickly, staring in horror as the blood spread along the rug, inching closer to their own feet. Pansy tucked her feet up on the sofa under her robes. Draco twitched, but remained with his feet on the floor, unwilling to move out of the way of any part of the wretched Muggle boy. Millicent moved slightly to the left, although she too left her feet on the rug. The small girl sat up as best she could, with her attacker's body weighing her legs down. It worked. The key worked. She held out her hand, showing London the key that Severus had given her to get into the flat while they were at Hogwarts. She had clutched it so tightly there was a dark pink imprint of the key's ridges in her small palm. Of course it worked, London said indignantly. Do you really think I would have left you there by yourself, without any protection? Anna let out a laugh that sounded more like a sob. London took in her appearance at a glance, his fury mounting with every second. Could you get to the key in time? She nodded, still too shaken up to do much more. He reached out with one hand and reclasped the button on her trousers. Another sob slipped out. I'm sorry, she said, her voice shaking nearly uncontrollably. I don't know why I'm being such a baby. Shut the F*** up, he said firmly. You cry if you want to. You're safe now. He wiped the blade off on the dead boy's worn cotton jacket and slipped it back into place at the small of his back. It's all so stupid, she said, her anxiety rolling off her in waves. I mean, you must have faced things like this all the time, before, she said, referring to the time before he had gotten together with Severus, and had a safe haven to escape to at night, as well as the time before he had grown so large and so strong. I know I've been lucky, almost unfairly lucky. Any other girl would have already had it happen. I'm almost 15, for F***'s sake. I shouldn't get so shook up over some guy who wants me. It was just so different from the guys I usually sleep with, you know. He was just so rough and they were all yelling and hitting me, I shouldn't be such a baby. Nothing even happened. Plenty happened, London countered, his countenance dark with repressed rage. And don't ever think that you had an unfair advantage. But I did, she protested. I've had you to keep me safe, all these years. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I should have been there more. F***. Look at you, London said, reaching out and grasping her chin tightly. He turned her face into the light a bit and frowned fiercely at the bruise that was darkening on her cheek. I can't believe I let you get hurt. But the stupid F*** never actually did anything, she exclaimed, her anger and fear and adrenaline still rushing through her. I mean, they chased me for a while, and they tossed me around some, but then he decided that he wanted some privacy and took me away from the rest. I had time to grab my key and it took me to you. Her fear was still evident, although she made no move to get the dead body away from her. I didn't know it would bring him to. Who the F*** is this, anyway? He said, rolling the boy over to look at his face. He pulled the head back, ignoring the spurt of blood this caused to roll out onto Anna's already drenched jeans. Steve. Stupid F***. I would have thought he'd be smart enough to stay the F*** away from you. But then, 2 days ago I would have thought the whole F*** King City knew better than to touch you. What the hell happened? I guess they all thought you'd left, and I was fair game, she said, wiping her cheeks although no tears were present. Getting me has turned into the new way to make yourself in London. You know, F*** London's sister, rule the city. That kind of thing. London swore violently, dropping the head back down with a thud. Anna looked around herself curiously, ignoring her volatile friend. Is this where you and Sev live? I always thought he taught at some posh school, she said, wrinkling her nose. It didn't look too much better than the warehouse. Given how nice his flat was, she had always assumed his housing at the school would be at least as nice. London looked around the formal sitting room, his bewilderment clear. I believe Anna may be suffering from the muggle-repellent charms, Severus said calmly, as though there was not a dead muggle lying at his feet. There are charms over the entire building to make the castle look like an abandoned ruin. She's a muggle, Pansy murmured in disbelief. She had never seen a muggle before, and for some reason, she had always imagined them to look different, somehow. London nodded his understanding of the charms and straddled the body to get closer to Anna's face. Placing his hands on either side of her head, he stared at her intently, studying the magic that for the first time surrounded his muggle friend. She had never before had even a hint of magic detectable on her person, and now she was covered in it. After a few moments of tinkering with the magic, he drew away. Anna gasped as the room came into view. The opulent rugs and posh furniture were just the start. The walls were covered in beautiful paintings and clearly expensive, and clearly old, books and knickknacks and sculptures littered the large room. Everything that surrounded her looked like something out of a movie, expensive, fancy and very, very out of date. Unlike the flat, there were no lamps or electronics at all. Even without the items that she usually associated with wealth though, the whole atmosphere gave a single, unadulterated message of wealth. "I knew you were loaded," she said with a grin, before turning for the first time to the kids who were also in the room with them. "Who are they?" "Some of the students here," London answered her impatiently, wanting more information. "Never mind them. How the hell did Steve get to you? You could kick his ass any day. I taught you better than that." "Not when he has 10 of his friends with him," Anna countered. London sighed and shoved the body over, sitting down next to Anna. She was right. He didn't even know how he would have fared in such a fight. "How many did you deal with?" "2. But then I lost my knife." London shrugged. "I'll get you another one." "Did they go to the warehouse?" "No. I was on my way home from a club. It's a long walk back to the warehouse and a lot of those streets don't have good lights." "I thought you were going to stay in the flat," Severus asked gently. "I did do, but I had stayed a few days with our friends. The cops raided our home and shut it up for a few weeks, and I was staying with some friends nearby trying to help them keep warm. And then these F'ers come out of nowhere. One of them took my Christmas coat," she said indignantly, obviously expecting Severus to see the vast injustice of that action. "I'll get you another one," Severus said soothingly. He knew that to someone who lived on the streets, a good coat could mean the difference between life and death on some nights. She had nearly cried when he had given her the coat last Christmas. "That was a great bloody coat," she snapped back, anger overtaking her fear finally. "Stupid F'ers. If they wanted to kill me they would have done better to bloody do it quickly. Honestly, leaving a girl without a coat when there's snow on the ground." "I'll deal with them tomorrow," London said firmly. "Let's get you washed up," he said, helping her to her feet. She winced as she stood up fully, pain already forming from her bruises. "Sev's got the coolest bath." He led her down the hallway, chattering about the bathroom and shower gels, trying to keep her distracted. He knew the shock would set in at some point, and he was hoping to hold it at bay until they went to bed. "London," Severus called after him. "There is a dead muggle on my rug. I can't very well change him back to the city now," London shouted back through the open bathroom door. "I'll deal with him tomorrow when I go to take care of a few other things." Severus sighed but acknowledged that sending the body back now would just serve as warning to the other would-be rapists. And although his colleagues would certainly frown on the sort of vigilante justice that ruled the streets of London, Severus Snape was certainly not against it. There are some things that are simply better handled alone than with law enforcement. And keeping Anna safe was one of them. The Muggle police so rarely gave a damn about the homeless children that flooded the city that they were unlikely to ever do anything. Or, if they actually did do something, they might lock the boy up for 6 or 12 months, hardly fitting punishment for what he tried to do to Anna, and what he likely had already done countless other times. "What are you going to do, sir?" Blaise asked, nodding toward the body. Severus sighed again before pulling out his wand and transfiguring the body into a paperweight and setting it on his bookshelves. A few more spells removed any trace of blood from the carpet and the stones beneath. "Hey Sev, you got some of that bruised stuff you used to give me?" London called out. Severus stepped into the small lab that was adjoined to their quarters and grabbed a small bottle of the potion. "I will need to rub it in properly," he said, moving down the hall to the bathroom to assist. "You're not going to rub that shite into my ass, Sev." Anna yelled out indignantly. "You may be gay but you're not that gay. If someone has to touch my ass it's gonna be Lonnie." London laughed at her, but honored her request by reaching out the bathroom door and grabbing the bottle of potion from his lover, pulling him into a quick, hard key. The Hogwarts students stared down the short hallway in fascination, unable to reconcile this easygoing man with their stern professor. "Thanks Sev. Can you maybe change some clothes to fit her?" he asked, before returning to the bathroom to help out his friend. Perhaps I should bring some of my clothes back, Pansy offered from the sitting room. The muggle had looked to be around her size, and she was sure the girl would feel better wearing clothes that hadn't belonged to the potion's master. That would be greatly appreciated, Ms. Parkinson, Severus said. Before he could request that she bring a nightdress as well, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Severus paced in front of the fire, trying to calm his racing heart. London had been away for 2 days now, dealing with the boys who had attacked Anna. After healing her, the trio had slept for the night, and then when Severus was in class, London and Anna had slipped away to the city together. Normally he wouldn't worry about London when he went away like this, not even given their recent separation. But Kingsley had just flowed him with troubling reports of Muggle unrest. The Muggle Aurors were running in circles trying to catch what they believed to be a serial killer, one who seemed to be a copycat along the Jack the Ripper line of killings, whoever that was, except that this killer seemed to target young men. The photographs that accompanied the reports were gruesome, in spite of the fact that they didn't move. Of course, when you were looking at a photograph of a dead body, you didn't notice the stillness quite so much. Surely, it wasn't London's work. Surely, Severus wished he would get home now, and reassure him that his revenge didn't mean the deaths of over 15 Muggles. He turned around once again and barely kept from shouting when his lover appeared in front of him. He scrutinized him carefully. He either had been completely uninvolved in the killings or he had gotten cleaned up before coming back to Hogwarts. Severus wished he could say that he believed London hadn't killed those boys, but he wasn't willing to lie to himself. It was far more likely that the young man had simply changed his clothes and gotten cleaned up. "You have returned Anna to the city?" he asked, thankful that his voice remained calm and even. London nodded shortly before kicking off his boots and throwing himself on the sofa. King exhausted, he muttered, lighting a cigarette. Severus reached a hand out and tapped one long finger on top of the stack of Muggle reports. He wasn't quite certain he dared to ask him. Did he really want to know, to unequivocally know the truth? A knock at the door prevented him from making a decision. A wave of his wand opened the door as he stepped closer. A quivering third year stood in the doorway, holding out a note. "Give it here, boy," he said, holding out his hand for the note, which he promptly tore from the terrified child's hand before slamming the door in his face. No need to award points to Hufflepuff, after all. London laughed as he exhaled. "Would it kill you to be nice to the F***********? Severus didn't bother responding. "It's for you," he said, handing the note to London. London stubbed out his cigarette rather violently in the crystal dish on the side table. "The F****** is it?" he muttered, not reaching for the note. "A note from the headmaster, it appears," Severus said, still holding the note out. London stood and reached for the note and opened it roughly, his hands almost shaking with nerves. This was the very last thing he needed to deal with right now. A glance down at the parchment set his nerves even more on edge. It all. The F*******ing old man had written it in some sort of curvy, loopy, fancy letters. He couldn't make out a single F******ing thing. It might as well have been a picture. No, that would have actually been helpful because then he would have known what the the old shit wanted. He walked to the fireplace, leaning in and resting his hands heavily on the mantel, his head hanging down. Severus looked at him, curious, but not saying a word. He knew personally how infuriating the headmaster could be, particularly when you were already exhausted. London crumpled the parchment slightly in his left hand, his right hand making a fist so tight his knuckles turned white. He had never wanted so badly to punch someone in his entire ******ing life. He took a deep breath and straightened up, thrusting the paper out to Severus. Severus took it hesitantly. "Well?" London asked, his voice rough. Severus stared at him for a moment before perusing the note. "I see why you are frustrated," he finally said. He knew that London wanted nothing to do with wizard politics or this war. London ran a hand through his hair, tearing through the snarls without a wince. F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* What do you think? He tried again. Severus paused. Well, I'm not sure that it matters what I think. I believe at this point, the decision needs to be entirely up to you. Severus jumped when London turned around and punched the stone wall. Hard. What does it say? London finally ground out, his back still toward Severus. Severus stared at him, his mouth agape. He opened his mouth and closed it twice before he could gather himself together. Dear London, he read, his voice hoarse with disbelief. We have intelligence that Voldemort is planning a raid on a Muggle hospital within the next 48 hours. The Order of the Phoenix could greatly benefit from your expertise on Muggle customs as well as your fighting experience. I know that you were not brought into the Order to fight, but we would greatly appreciate it if you would join us for this raid only, to aid us in protecting the Muggles within the hospital. If you wish to accompany us on the raid, please come to headquarters immediately to assist in forming our strategy. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. London leaned heavily against the wall, furious and depressed and ashamed, and so angry at the situation that he couldn't bring himself to face his lover. Severus folded the parchment carefully and set it on the table. His fingers brushed it once, twice, before he could speak again. When did you plan on telling me? Did you ever plan to tell me? No. London clenched his fist again. After a brief pause for Severus to grasp that, he pushed on. I have written you letters. Many times. Anna. Severus nodded. He supposed he didn't need much more explanation than that, really. You recognized my name on my office door. You knew it was my office. He knew he was grasping at straws, as the Muggles say, but he just couldn't quite bring himself to believe that his lover was completely and utterly illiterate. If London weren't so furious right now, he would blush to admit this. I had Marion write it out for me once. Kept it in my pocket till I knew it. Jesus, he sounded like such a ponce. This whole situation was so utterly ludicrous that Severus found that he still couldn't wrap his mind around it. How on earth could his lover, one of the wealthiest wizards in the British Isles and certainly the most famous wizard of their age, how on earth could such a person be illiterate? How did you expect to get through life without knowing how to read? Severus finally asked, without judgment. Serious, London muttered, grabbing a half-empty pack of cigarettes from the mantel and lighting one before turning around. Sirius has been teaching you, Severus said, more of a statement than a question. Of course. It made sense now. I would have thought that the Muggles would have taught you before they abandoned you. London kept his eyes on his feet when he answered. Severus stared at him openly. If ever the boy had shown shame, this was it. They kept me locked in the cupboard more days than not. And days I could go to school, the goddamn teachers were mad at me 'cause I didn't know the lessons. So they'd sit me in the back with a big stack of ing books to figure it out on my own. Only I couldn't 'cause the stupid letters kept moving around. Callie figures I have dyslexia. Severus nodded, his eyes still hooded. I can help you. London's eyes narrowed as he glared at him. I'm not stupid. Obviously. I can still help you. I can do it on my own. Severus nodded his agreement. What do you plan to do? He said, leaving it up to London to decide whether he was asking about the headmaster's letter or about learning how to read. London took a long drag on the cigarette. Fights sound about like what I need right about now, he finally said. Severus nodded again. His fingers brushed the parchment one more time. His mind was reeling. I will accompany you, if you don't mind. London pulled his boots back on, lacing them quickly. Severus winced to see the abused knuckles on his hand where London had punched the wall. But he refrained from comment and instead merely gathered his cloak and London's leather jacket and stood near the door. Can you change us to headquarters, or would you prefer to flow from the headmaster's office? London answered by grabbing hold of Severus's outstretched arm and changing them to the front hall of Grimmauld Place. London dropped his arm immediately and pushed further into the house. He still hadn't looked at Severus. Severus sighed heavily before following him. This was going to be a long night. No, a long weekend. London wouldn't get over his anger at being forced into that confession anytime soon. It seemed that the moody teen wasn't angry at him for asking the questions, more angry at the situation. And who wouldn't be? The light of the kitchen was almost blinding after the dark hallway, and Severus took a moment to allow his eyes to adjust. London was already seated in a corner chair with a drink in his hands. He watched in silence as London glared at Sirius and then jerked his head toward Severus. The mutt's jaw dropped when he realized what had happened. He tried to make his way over to his godson's side, but Albus quickly called the meeting to order now that London had arrived. Severus found himself struggling to focus on the meeting. Luckily, it started, as always, with plenty of blathering about what people were up to, updates on typically useless assignments and other minutiae that was hardly worth his notice. He was brought out of his stupor though when he heard the headmaster address London. "It has come to my attention, dear boy, that you were away from Hogwarts once again. Would you care to explain what you were doing?" "Returning Anna to the city," London said, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. Severus rather thought it was a miracle that the young man had gone this long without one until now, given their conversation before arriving. "Pardon me," Albus said, his disbelief quite clear. "What exactly do you mean, returning Anna to the city? Where exactly was she?" London shrugged and focused on changing a teacup into an ashtray. "Hogwarts," Severus replied for him. Albus swung his head to face Severus, who stood on the opposite side of the room from London. "Hogwarts," Albus parroted blankly. "For how long?" "'Bout a week," London said. Albus stared back and forth between the two men in complete disbelief. "Am I given to understand, Severus, that you had a muggle staying in your rooms for the last week, and that this is the first I am hearing of it?" Severus winced at the headmaster's tone. He would hardly describe it as angry, but the shock and the disbelief were almost painful to hear. "I believe I just informed you of that fact not even 2 minutes ago, sir," he said patiently. "Explain, now." No mistaking the steel in that voice. Severus sighed. One of London's friends, Anna, was attacked. She came to London for sanctuary and he kept her in the rooms until she was completely healed and ready to return to her home. Giving London more than enough time to deal with the brutes who attacked her, he finished silently. No need to get the headmaster involved in that. And did no one discover her in all this time? No one at all. How on earth did the child eat? London has befriended your house elves, Severus said, trying not to smile. It was no trouble for him at all to convince them to bring additional meals to our quarters. And quite a few people did meet Anna. I am frankly shocked that you are only now hearing of her visit. Albus shook his head. He wasn't shocked at all. Lately, it seemed as though he had lost control of everyone and everything within Hogwarts. That boy had utterly bewitched everyone. It was little wonder that his own staff would keep secrets from him, if asked by the boy who lived himself to do so. Who? He asked wearily. Lupin and his dog, a few of the Slytherins. Minerva. Albus sighed deeply and ran a tired hand over his eyes. But she is gone now. She has returned to the Muggle world. Severus nodded. She left yesterday. Very well. There is little that I can do now. Why did neither of you trust me to know that his friend was visiting? London shrugged. Didn't see why you'd care. Of course I care, London. It is my duty as headmaster to have a care for all of our students, and all residents of the institution. To know that your young friend was injured and needed a place to stay, to know that now, after the fact, after it is too late to help, is quite a blow. London looked up in disbelief for a moment before looking back down at his feet. He shrugged his shoulders again. Albus sighed heavily. Very well. Perhaps we can now focus on the issue at hand. The possible raid on a Muggle hospital by Voldemort's forces. London ignored the fighting wizards who surrounded him in favor of seeking out Sev. Their bond, which he still had a difficult time believing in, was practically quivering with wrongness, and he just knew that the stupid F*** was responsible for it. Barely even being aware of it, he sidestepped a dark purple curse and ducked underneath a glowing silver one and moved closer to his mate. With only the bond to guide him, he knew that he had to focus to find him in time. He wound his way through the fight, ignoring the witches and wizards from both sides of the war so that he could keep moving. He found himself behind the hospital, in the poorly lit back loading docks where supply deliveries were made and where funeral homes picked up corpses for burial. Stupid F***. What the F*** was Sev thinking, letting himself be moved so far away from the other fighters, away from the relative safety where he would have his friends and colleagues in London to watch his back. With a deep, A grieved sigh, London realized that Sev was in a deep loading dock. This particular area was sunken down a good 10 feet from the rest of the parking lot, with a ramp going down to the basement entrance and tall bushes and shrubs planted on either side of the ramp. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why not just cut your own throat for them? A peek between the bushes showed Sev fighting desperately for his life, with 3 wizards throwing curses at him as fast as they could. London grudgingly admitted that Sev was pretty good, certainly able to hold his own. But he stood no chance of actually winning this fight. At best he could hold them off until help arrived. Seeing as the stupid F*** had cornered himself in this out of the way, nearly impossible to see location, he would have been down soon enough. One of the other wizards would have got in a lucky shot and Sev would have dropped. And London had seen how these wizards fought. He knew with certainty that if they got Sev, he would be dead in seconds. The wizards attacking Sev though, were stupid. 3 against 1 and they didn't think to set up a lookout. London snorted softly before he pulled out a knife. It was one of his larger ones, with an ivory handle and a slightly curved blade. He tested its weight in his hand for a brief second before he squatted down between the shrubs and took careful aim. A split second later it was lodged in the throat of the smallest but seemingly the meanest F*** that was attacking Sev. That was all that was needed to end things. As the other 2 wizards looked around themselves wildly, trying to find their invisible attacker, Sev dropped the other one with a quick sleep curse and restraint charm while London changed the bones from the other wizard's wand arm. His right arm flopped uselessly at his side, wand dropped to the ground. He quickly held his left arm up in surrender before he could be cursed with something darker and more deadly. Wise, given London's temper at the moment. What the F*** were you thinking? London demanded as he jumped down into the loading dock. Severus sighed. He knew that London was convinced that he was only a scholar and was completely incapable of defending himself, but that just wasn't the case. While his position wasn't perhaps the most strategically safe or defensible one, it wasn't quite as deadly as it seems that London thought it was. I was able to hold them off until you got here. And we were able to capture 3 more Death Eaters. 2, London said, pausing to light a cigarette. Severus quirked an eyebrow at him before turning to look at the first victim, the one that London had killed with his knife. Ah, I see. Well, 2 then, and these 2 are powerful wizards, and likely inner circle. They should have good intelligence, if we can get it out of them. The risk was worth it. The risk was never F*** king worth it, you useless bastard, London said, poking Severus repeatedly in the chest. Severus closed his eyes as the smoke from London's cigarette was irritating his eyes, but he couldn't keep the brief smile from his face. Stop smiling, London ordered, getting more pissed off by the minute. You're AF** king moron. As the fight over, Severus asked, nodding toward the cigarette. I need AF** king break after that, London said, his ire still evident. Gave me AF** king heart attack. I'm beating some stupid F*** s face in, and next thing I know the Bond's throwing AF** king fit and I'm off on some sort of stupid mission to save you. Stop it. I don't like it and you'd better not make it happen again. Severus was startled for a moment to hear that the Bond had alerted London to his status. I hadn't been aware that the situation was as dire as it evidently was, he finally said slowly. I will endeavor to take better care in future. I know it can be alarming the first time you feel the Bond. London snorted, but he didn't reply. Severus secured the prisoners and dropped port keys on both of their chests to move them back to the Order's holding cells. With any luck these 2 would have some valuable information for the Order. They needed all the help they could get in this fight, and the capture of 2 Inner Circle members was definitely a boon. A separate port key took the dead Death Eater to another location for them to deal with later. Shall we engage again? Severus asked, motioning for London to lead the way. You're out of your F*** king mind if you think I am letting you go back out there, London snarled. It took everything in him to hold back his sigh. London, I am a grown man. I was once a Death Eater myself. I am more than capable of defending myself and of using lethal force when necessary. London looked him up and down, carefully studying him for signs of weakness or weariness. He threw his cigarette to the ground in anger, having been unable to find any further reason to keep Severus from the fight apart from his own unwillingness to allow his lover to risk his life. If I didn't want to bash someone's face in, we'd be going home right now to F******, he said belligerently. Severus smiled briefly but followed London back around the large Muggle hospital. They needed to end this fight soon. There were privacy wards and anti-Muggle wards surrounding the area which prevented any Muggles from entering the hospital for care. They would suddenly be taken with the desire to go to another hospital across the city. While it kept them safe from the Death Eaters, he was well aware that some Muggles would not make it all the way to the other hospital. Especially those who were coming to the hospital for emergency care. He paused for a brief moment to take in the sight of the small battle. The Order seemed to be coming out on top, if only slightly. The number of Death Eaters had fallen somewhat, hopefully by capture rather than by abandonment. Order numbers seemed to be down as well, and again he hoped that the Order members had left for care at St. Mungo's or Hogwarts, rather than by death or capture. But the tide seemed to be turning in their favor, ever so slightly, and for that he was thankful. London barely took a breath before he attacked a black-robed Death Eater. The Death Eater was taken by surprise by the purely physical attack, and London got in more than a few good punches before the man began to fight back. Severus left him to his fight, and turned to assist Molly in fighting off two Death Eaters. Severus guided a weary London from headquarters, taking him out to the front doorstep so that London could change them back to Hogwarts. Sirius had offered them a room for the night, if they were too tired to travel home. But as tired as London was, Severus could tell that he was still antsy. As the adrenaline from the fight left the boy, Severus could see him recalling the revelation that had occurred directly before the battle, and he knew that they needed to be home for any further discussion. Say, with London, he really wasn't sure what to expect after a revelation of that magnitude. London was furious, of that he was quite certain. He did not take knocks to his self-esteem very easily, and the revelation that he was illiterate was a devastating blow. London stepped out into the night, and without warning, he grabbed the potion master's hand and changed them back to their rooms at Hogwarts. He stepped away from Severus quickly, evidently over his need to stay close to his side now that they were in the relative safety of Hogwarts. Severus moved to the side table and immediately poured himself a large brandy. After a moment's thought, he poured a second. London reached over and helped himself to a glass, startling Severus from his thoughts. "Okay?" London asked, surprised that Severus was so jumpy. Severus nodded. He tried to organize his thoughts. He had so many things he wanted to speak with London about, so many questions he wanted answers for. Right now he was so mind-numbingly exhausted though that he couldn't gather his thoughts enough to formulate a first question. London sighed heavily and threw himself into an armchair. His drink sloshed onto his fingers and he licked at them absently. "You want to talk," he said, his voice making it quite clear how he felt about that. "Yes." Another deep sigh. "Why?" Severus moved slowly, silently, into the other chair, sitting his drink down on the table. "Why? When given the opportunity to tell me everything all those years ago, why didn't you tell me then? You had already revealed that you were homeless. You told me about your sleeping arrangements. Why not just finish it then? Why not tell me that day, in the bath, that you were illiterate?" London shrugged and took a deep drink from his cup. He knew that Severus wanted an answer and he wasn't really sure what that answer was. "We didn't know each other then." "I mean, not really," he finally said, uncertain what else to say. Severus stared at him in silence, evidently not willing to help him out. London shifted in his seat, uncomfortable in the extreme. "Look, the other stuff I figured I couldn't hide. Not for long, that is. This I could, so I did. But why would you feel the need to hide anything from me?" Severus asked, the pain and hurt clear in his voice. London's head sank further. He brought his thumb to his mouth and started worrying the nail, gathering himself enough to speak. If there was anything he hated talking about, it was emotions and feelings and crap like that. "Have you ever," he started before pausing again. "Have you ever been so ashamed, so completely and utterly humiliated by something, that you could barely even think about it? That to say the words out loud made everything 10 million F asterisk 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 king times worse than it felt already. He risked a glance up and saw Severus's dark eyes glittering in the dimly lit room. Understanding lurked there, and acceptance. And anyhow, I had a plan. Marion wrote things out for me to look at every once in a while. I learned your name that way. And my name. And Anna helped me out tons. I tried to deal with it on my own, but when I came here, I realized I needed more help, that maybe this was something I couldn't do on my own. And I found help. I did it. And I was going to learn it all the words in the stupid books that Sirius studied with me, even though they were F asterisk 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 king stupid, worthless words, I was going to learn them for you. And then someday, I was going to take a book off your bookshelf and sit down on the sofa and open the book and read it, right next to you. And you'd never notice or think anything of it or care, but it would have been F asterisk 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 king perfect. Severus opened his mouth to say something, but before he could collect himself enough to speak, he realized that London had more to say. He threw back the rest of his drink and shook his head once. I guess I should have said, he said softly. But it was my problem, my shame. I needed to deal with it my way. Severus nodded. As you wish. He took a breath. I understand why you didn't say anything at the time. Or after. I just wish you had been more comfortable with me, more confident in us, that you would have been able to tell me. Illiteracy is nothing to be ashamed of. I could have helped you. That was exactly what I didn't want. London exploded. Here you are, big rich man, all but buying the pathetic little whore. You, with all your degrees and your money and your fancy job, and you waltz in and you F asterisk 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 king take over my life and you change everything. To have you have that too, I just couldn't do it. What would I have left? I have little enough dignity as it is. At least leave me that. Silence reigned. A log popped in the fireplace and the flames seemed to shoot up for a brief moment. This isn't a competition, Severus finally said quietly. We aren't taking our skills and our talents and our qualities and weighing them against one another. My education and my job do not compare in any way to anything you are, or anything you bring to the relationship. You bring so many things to our relationship, to me. So many things that can't be quantified, or that I would stand little chance of having a comparable gift for you. Don't you understand? We are one. People take us as one entity, all of our strengths and weaknesses bound together into one unit. And all I bring are weaknesses. If asterisk 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 king know that already, Sev. You bring all of the good things and I bring, what? My skill with a blade. Oh, I know, my skills in unloading trucks. Better yet, my cock. Don't be crass, Severus snapped back. This was not going how he had envisioned it. Perhaps he should have put the discussion off for another day, until they had rested and recovered. You want to speak of unfair comparisons, of the deck stacked against someone. I used to be a Death Eater. I wasn't a spy at first. I tortured and BPD and killed with the best of them, gleefully. I am not a kind man and never have been. I have few acquaintances I can tolerate and fewer still friends. I have absolutely no people skills, and had no joy in existence whatsoever until you entered my life. You saved me, not the other way around. If there was ever anyone in need of saving in this relationship, it was, and has always been, me. Stop making yourself out like you're some great loser, Sev. You're pretty F asterisk 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 king perfect and everyone knows it. London, this is getting ridiculous. I think we can take it as read that neither one of us is perfect. We both have our faults, but somehow, together, we just make sense. Don't you see that? London threw his glass into the fireplace and stood up. This is F asterisk 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 king stupid. I'm done. Severus felt his heart thud to a stop. He stared apprehensively at the tall figure of his lover, forcing himself to keep his eyes open and drink in his beautiful face one more time before he left. He couldn't begin to imagine what his life would be like, alone again. Could he even survive alone, after all this time with a lover, a helpmate, a companion, a soulmate? London walked toward the bedroom. Severus let out a shuddering breath. Packing. Again. He could do this. He would be brave and strong and he wouldn't protest. He had pushed London too far, knowing as he did the extreme stress that the boy was under. London turned back at the doorway. Are you coming or not? I can't very well myself, you stupid bastard. His obvious irritation with Sev was downright heartwarming. Unwillingly, a smile stole across Severus's face. They were going to be okay. The discussion wasn't over yet, but it would have to do. And he had no doubt that, as always, they would come of an accord in the bed. Their first connection had been Sayual and it remained their easiest mode of communication. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.